It's about something called Pestel, and during our discussions yesterday, I realized that before we delve into Pestel as a tool for strategic management, there's something that I'd wish us to go through, and that is specifically public policy. So for purposes of this morning engagement, we will go in three directions. Direction number one, you'll take notes. And the first topic will be on public policy, which won't take us more than 10 minutes. And then we'll delve into Pestel, and then the application of Pestel both in our day-to-day lives, in our businesses, and more importantly, in application to policies and policy analysis, and of course, what we were discussing yesterday with Dr. on development of proposals and concept work. So what is public policy? Can we have someone who can assist us to define public policy? What is public policy? A microphone, please. Okay. Any iota? Any iota of thought of what public policy is? So since we are learning, even me, I'm learning. Policy has been there. We have different policies. We have the human resource policy. What else? In the private sector, you have the company policy. All that. Prior to 2024, the government of Kenya did not have a structure for public policy. Under the Executive Order number 2 of 2023, the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary was actually directed to come up with a framework for developing any policy for government institution, be it the ministries, departments, or agencies. Development of policy for us is critical, and I'd say that there have been a lot of definition for public policy. That is, you're taking the word public and introducing the term policy. So there has been a structured definition as of now, and I'd read it. It's a statement of intent anchored on a set of principles and decisions that define the course of action that government will be committed to in achieving specific issues in the interest of the public. So there has to be an intent. There has to be an intent. And to understand public policy, you really have to understand what we call the government agenda. Government agenda is split into two. Government agenda, the long-term agenda. What is our long-term agenda? Currently, what is our long-term agenda? Vision 2030, correct. So Vision 2030 is our long-term agenda. The short-term agenda is split between the functional elective years. So if the current term of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto has a short-term agenda based on the manifesto. It's called the medium-term plan. So the short-term agenda is called the medium-term plan. So those are the short-term agenda. So we are on MTP 5. So previously in Uhuru, we were under 3 and 4. Since independence, we've had almost 3 phases of public policy, and basically between 1963 and 1970, it was based on nation building. 1980 to 1990, if those people were there, you remember there was something called structural adjustment programs, which was actually which went out, and of course it was focused on that, and something called economic liberation. Where we are now, which is between 2000 to date, probably to 2030, we've shifted to devolution and participatory governance. That's why we have the counties. That is why we have the public participation. All that were not there previously. Are we getting something? So, when we say a public policy, there are of course types of public policies, and there is a question that will come out of this. So you better note this down. The types of public policy, there are 5. Number 1, there are distributive policies. The distributive policies are like the ones that govern health, the ones that govern education. Those ones distribute the resources to the citizenry. Then we have redistributive. Now there are people who are disadvantaged, like the marginalized areas, where we have the equalization fund. Those are the policies that cover that. We have the regulatory. For example, waste management, that is environment, all that. Those are regulatory policies. Then we have stabilization policies. Stabilization policies. These are like the fiscal and monetary policies that are under the treasury. Those ones seek to stabilize, including inflation, all that. They stabilize the economy. Then we have the constituents policies. These are policies actually that establish government structures. For example, the executive orders that we've had, number 1 of 2022, number 2 of 2022, number 1 of 2023, and number 2 of 2023. Those are some of the constituent policies. Now, we are developing a policy here, and we expect to come up with a policy. By show of hands, and there will be a reward for this, what kind of policy are we developing? And why? This one now, the microphone has to go around. By show of hands, what kind of policy, what type of policy? Here.
I would go with a redistributive policy.
Why?
Reason being, we've said it deals with the equalization fund. So, and our mandate is probably among the equalization to try and bring the minorities and marginalized communities or to feel like they're part of government.
Any other person? Any other person? And I was not there in the morning when you were introducing yourself. So you say your name and where you are from?
I am Maluche.
Maluche.
According to my thinking, I think we are dealing with all.
Why?
Because if I look at all the things that we have mentioned here, it actually affects the minority and marginalized communities.
All right, thank you. Any other person? Let's engage. There's no wrong answer. In social sciences, there's no wrong answer. Yes, so you just need to defend your answer. Any other person? Oh, you have an answer? Yeah. Oh, what do you think?
I think it's
redistributive. All right. So, I think those are the answers. What we are doing in development of this policy is that we are doing a constituent policy. We are trying to put up a structure for actually the institutionalization of a framework to cater for the needs of the marginalized and the ethnic minority. So we have to put a structure. So when you say redistributive, what you're basically saying is you've done your budget. After you've done your budget, you've said that our budget is 3 trillion. But now to enhance some sectors, we have to divert part of that 3 trillion to help the disadvantaged. That is the difference. And the reason I put in equalization fund was to deliberately confuse you, so that you get to understand that redistribution and making a constituent are two different things in terms of policy formulation. Do we understand ourselves? So what we are coming up with here is a constituent policy. So a very good policy has some attributes, and a number of, I have about 10 attributes, and we should note them down, because the questions we asked ourselves yesterday are going to heavily inform the policy that we are going to come up with. Because basically, what we are trying to do is to find our foot in the forest so that we structure our way out of that forest. So the questions came. So what are the attributes? So as we are going on, when we are going to actually come up with a document, the attributes that that document should have is, number one, it should be goal-oriented. When you are doing your policy, the first item that you ask yourself is, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of the policy? Number two, it should be informed by lessons. What are the lessons that were learned? I had the lessons that we're talking about when it went to the specific marginalized communities. The indigenous had their issues, the pastoralists had their issues. So what are the lessons that come from them? Number three, it should be evidence-based. Number four, and I saw a number of questions that we had, and specifically there's someone who brought up an issue of FGM, where now the point number four, just don't write that, brought up an issue of FGM yesterday, and that is being dealt with by another government entity. So it should be in consistency with government development agenda. So anything that within the agenda or within whatever has been done by government, it should have some consistency. Number five, it should be comprehensive and technically sound. I will go through the structure of it, and of course, I will tell you where the technicality comes about. Welcome, Madam Secretary. Yes. So, number six, it should be inclusive. We are not going to deal only with the indigenous who leave out the pastoralists or the other two, the minority or the other group. It should also be futuristic or forward-looking. It should be futuristic. We do not make policies that end with a term of a presidency. No, we don't do that. We make policies that actually cater for perpetuity. So we will go through the circle, and it should be forward-looking. It should also be outward-looking, not just whatever mandate that we have is that we just have there, but of course whatever else that we need to look at in terms of collaborations, in terms of partnerships, etc. It should be innovative, that is number 9. Should be innovative and creative. For this, there's also another correction that I need to bring about. Government entities work differently from the NGOs. The NGOs pick an agenda and run with it. As we facilitate everybody, kazi yetu ni kila mtu amekuja, unataka hii tunafanya. So this is what happens. When we think about policy, let's think about sustainability. Not just the social aspect, but let's rope in the economic aspect. How do we develop these people to be self-reliant? Those are the questions that we'll be asking ourselves. How do we create wealth? Those are the questions that we should be asking ourselves, so that we breathe life to the policy. And finally, number 10, it should be flexible. Now, the process of developing a public policy, and probably we need to agree on this, that we have to develop a public policy circle. It is a circle, so it is continuous. So wherever I start with is just I'm mentioning it. But we are specific a little bit in government, unlike the normal one, the book one, the educative one. So we do problem identification and agenda setting, which we've been doing here. We formulate that policy. We take it for approval, that is policy approval. Then policy implementation, and finally policy monitoring, evaluation, and learning, reporting and learning. So we need, that is basically, I wish I could demonstrate it, but this is something that came up last night and I scribbled something down. So it is a circle, and I can share notes probably to Madam Dr. Then we can always be informing ourselves. So what is the structure? This is very important. Thank you for standing. Deja vu. Yeah. So what is the structure of a proper policy? This one is given. It's guided by government. There's a document to its effect. And if you can write it down, Charles, Chairman, if you can write down the structure so that, you see, at the end of the day or at the end of this workshop, we can fit in whatever questions we had put in or whatever we have. That is the circle. So you problem identification, problem identification, then policy formulation, that's formulation, approval. Yeah, you'll turn that one, Charles. Yes. Implementation. Then M&D, monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and learning. Evaluation. Then, so in there at the middle you write public policy circle. Something, yeah, public policy, because we are very specific. So if you don't mind, if you can open the next page. So what is the structure? So we start with the preliminary sections. It is defined, there is a guideline to that. I do not want to get into detail. So the first one is the preliminary sections. Those are acknowledgement, everything, that one, those. Then we do an introduction. The third item is a situation analysis. This is basically reviewing the literature, the folder that we have, and putting them in relevance. And we need to understand something, that when we do situation analysis for any policy, you have to have linkages. Whatever we were discussing yesterday, you have to have a global level linkage, you have to have a regional linkage, and you have to have whatever the government has done in terms of the policy and the policy framework that we want to write. Then number 4 is policy statements. We now put through the policy statements. The policy statements that we are going to have are based on the pertinent challenges. Number 1, the pertinent challenges that were in those questions that we did yesterday. They will be based also on what the Constitution provides. And it's very specific. I think it's Article 50, Chairman, Article 56. Yeah, 56. That is on the political, social, and the economic factors that are affecting the marginalized communities and the ethnic minorities. We will get to that on the pestle. we will, number 5 is the implementation framework. Implementation framework. And this is very important because you are going to say, you are going actually to give your action points. You give your strategies, you give your expected outputs, you give your KPIs, you give your time frame, you give your budget, that is the estimated cost, funding sources that you expect. Is it the treasury, is it partnerships or what? And the responsibility. That one within the implementation framework is called the implementation matrix. I will share that one differently. Then we'll have a monitoring and evaluation. There is a monitoring and evaluation for this particular policy. So number 7 is a policy review interval. How long are we going, after how long should we review this policy? And finally are the annexes. You need to annex any support documents or any writings to for that actually gives life to this policy. So that is the general structure. There's nothing else in policy making. That is the general structure, and that is the exact policy that is expected out of us from government. So for this policy, then from there we go through the policy approval, and of course implementation. I'd want to mention one thing. Situation analysis. Definitions are here and in the preliminary sections. Yes, yes. So all definitions will lie here. Yeah, so everything. I'll give you this structure, I'll give you this. I'll give you a handbook that will guide you on that, and is actually approved by cabinet. So now within you see there are about 2 levels of public participation. Number 1 is on policy statements. So the person, like the person who will engage or whoever will be in the team will organize for public participation on 2 levels. One, at the mid-level, where we talk about the statements, and final public participation. So the 2 levels in policy making is that one, and the one now to agree with the policy, that these are the statements that we put across and we agree with them. So it is not in the structure, but it is in the guide. Yes. Any other question? Or just not the questions, but I think for the policy, I think we will take questions for the policy. Yes. Any question in terms of public policy? So do I ask the questions myself? All right. And now, please, Brenda. Is it Brenda? Fiona, thanks. Sorry about that.
I'm curious to know how evaluation is done for government policies. Is it internally, or is it done through an external body? An external in the sense, a department outside, for example, the marginalized unit here. And then at what level is it done? Is it at impact level? Is it an impact evaluation? Or is it an evaluation of implementation of what the policy sought to achieve? I hope.
Yeah, I understand. Now, those are 2 questions. The first question you've asked, who does the evaluation? So we do not separate monitoring and evaluation. Actually, we do not separate 4 things: monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and learning. So within the government structures, some entities have a whole department to do that. Some programs, I'd say some programs, if you fund a program, if we fund a program, we can do what we call expression of interest, and through competitive bidding, whether guided by the World Bank guidelines, or the procurement guidelines from government. So we do both. In government, it depends on the institution, we do both. Your second question is, at what level do we do? So it depends on whatever we are doing, and it depends on the functionality and the program that you are running or the policy that you're implementing. You can do a baseline, that is at the start of it. Like now we can do, there was a survey done last year. That one we can actually peg it as a baseline survey. We can do a mid-term survey, and then we do at an impact level, that is an end-term survey. So at a policy level, we can look at it like whatever we did last year was a baseline. And then at the end of the policy cycle, or the end of the policy cycle, we do a mid-term survey. And at the end of the review of policy, we do an impact assessment or an impact analysis. I hope your questions are answered. Yes. Any other question? So, what determines the midterm is the span of the policy. Yes. So you can actually do it after a policy cycle, like even you can call it a midterm, or even that. You understand? Yes. So what determines is the duration that is actually given by the policy. All right. I think that is it. That was. Someone said it's called kujituma. So hapa nilijituma kwa policy. Now let's get into something called PESTEL. PESTEL. So what is PESTEL? PESTEL is an acronym for who has an idea? PESTEL is an acronym. So what does P stand for? Political, all right. What does E stand for? Yes, economic. What does S stand for? Social. What? They are technological, and then the second E, environment, and the last letter L, legal. So, PESTEL was actually invented in the 60s by some Harvard professionals led by somebody by the name Francis Aguila. It was put into use in 1967. It's basically a framework. It's a framework to analyze and monitor external environment. In economics, we have two environments. We have the internal environment and we have an external environment. The external environment covers what we call the macroeconomic factors. So that is the external environment. So when we talk PESTEL, we are talking external. We have other frameworks like the BCG, Boston Consulting Group, that actually looks inside, and the other one that was developed after PESTEL was actually the Porter's 5 forces, which actually looks inside and outside. But if you look at it critically, it's something called a SWOT analysis. The SWOT analysis shares a lot of items in terms of environmental scanning with both PESTEL and Porter's 5 forces. The Porter's 5 forces is not relevant in government, according to my opinion. But what is very relevant is PESTEL. And PESTEL, we've used it severally in developing strategic plans. We look at what needs to be done and what not need to be done. We've used it actually in policy development at the preliminary levels, like now, in actually analyzing the challenges that we have for that policy should address. So, I must to actually talk about the clarity of prevailing political, economic, social, technological, environment, and legal factors. So what are the political, just from what we know, what are the political factors which we need to note down for purposes of an assignment that's about to come up? What are the political factors that we think that actually affects our day-to-day, probably under the unit or under any government function or under any functionality, what are the political effects? What are the political challenges? What are the political issues that we have? By show of hands. Political? Yes, yes. Political goodwill? No. That one is more of social, eh? Because how do you measure it? Let me start you. All right, yes. Basically, you're saying government agenda. Government agenda, that's political. Mm-hmm. Any other? Okay, taxes. Oh, yes. The one I said. Yes. It's okay. That would be social also. That would be social when you have ideological differences. But they are more or less cast on stone. So taxes. What else? So, the first, we have trade regulations, we have the tax policies, we have labor laws, we have even political stability. Political stability, the first covers that. What do you think are the economic factors? Sorry? Yes, resources, that is good. Correct? Any other? What are the economic factors? What the economics? I'm an economics major. I show of hands, who has a first degree in economics? I need to deal with you directly. Microphone. Economic factors. No. We are going to deal. Just give her the microphone. What are the economic factors that you know in this country? Any economic factor?
Tariffs.
Sorry? Yes, GDP is an economic factor. Exchange rate is an economic factor. Monetary, yes, inflation. Now we are, yeah, nice one. I have more economists than I thought. Yes. You have unemployment. You have disposable income. That is marginal. You know what it is. So, what are the social aspects? Where are the social scientists? Yes, ideologies, that is correct. Then, yes, demographics, that is the population. Mm-hmm. Cultural trends or norms, that is okay. Media influence, that is correct. Even your attitude is social. And of course, even lifestyle. Mm. So, what are the technological challenges that we know, or aspects? Technology, we are in technology. What were exactly? That is coverage. Uh-huh. Innovation, of course, that is correct. Research, that is right. No one is talking about AI. What were chat GPT? Mwongeji wa AI? Oh, it's an innovation. It's almost, it's giving us a new, getting a new life. Yes. So it's no longer an innovation. It's way advanced by virtue of whatever it's doing now. It's way advanced. What are the legal aspects that we know? Oh, environment. Climate change, correct? Which is climate change? Mm-hmm. Climate, yes? Migration, of course. Conservancies, of course, that is conservancy, that's correct. Conflict, that is right. and issues of pollution. So what is the relevance? What is the relevance of pastel? Oh, legal. Oh, sorry, my head is gone. Sorry. Legal. What are the legal aspects or issues? Yes, property rights. That's correct. Sorry. Boundaries. Yeah, borders and boundaries. That is okay. That's legal. Is a legal issue. International treaty. That is correct. Labor laws. Very right. And of course, the first one should have been the laws and the regulations of the land. So I think let's carry that one. I think before I go next. Now, this one we are going to go, I'm not going to split you into many groups, but let's count, say, how many are we? Start number one. 2. You are included. You included me yesterday. 5, 6, 7. 19, 22, 20. 27 divided by 7. So just group yourself as you are into, that is 28, that should be 4, 4. Then we no, 5, 5, give me one. It's a quick assignment. And it's just like to familiarize ourselves with what we've done, right? And I will not sit down for this assignment. So it's a quick one. Then about now a few minutes will be done. Moja imebaki. Charles. All right. Let's do this. You get someone who will write. You just get a pen. So who has a paper? Okay. So gather please, then we do it quickly, yeah? So everybody who has a paper, please lift. Kama uko na karatasi inua tafadhali. Inua because you're going to do the assignment. So when I came, okay, please put it down. When I was about this, I had not gotten my act together. But I want us to understand pastel differently. Let's drop the policy, let's drop the government functionality, let's get into business. So I want you to imagine you are from an... Is there an issue? No, we will all contribute. Let's imagine that we are from a minority or a marginalized, ethnic minority or a marginalized community. The first task there is for you to identify a business venture. Just identify one. We want to understand it differently. This is a different approach. So I want you to identify a business venture. Write it down. The guys having contribute, please contribute. Just agree on something simple. And then you give a name to that company. So identify just a business venture. There's a reason we are doing this. Give a name, be innovative, be creative. Microphone. Have you given a company name? Okay, microphone here. What is your company name?
Waliotengwa.
Director, what is the company? What is your company name? The group iko na leakage. Iko na leakage hii group. Wana bado tuna discuss. Mko chapa. Minorities hatuna time ya consult. All right. Bwana CEO, what is the name of that company? What is the name?
First, we want to start supplying meat.
Sorry?
We want to start supplying meat.
Yes.
But the company name is Taste Our Meat.
Taste Our Meat.
Yes, as the company.
All right, next. Don't say what you are doing. I've not asked that one because someone will copy. Next, what is your company's name? I am there. What is your company's name?
Utamu Honey Limited.
Sorry?
Utamu Honey Limited.
Utamu Honey. Next. Microphone.
Ngichu Limited.
Ngichu Limited.
Yes.
Next. There are two more groups. What is the name of that company? What is the name of that company?
Craft culture.
Sorry?
Craft culture.
Craft culture.
Yes.
Makampuni imeenda. Finally, what is the name of that company, Moses?
Shanga Initiative.
Shanga. Now, listen. Let's have some order. Discussions are not yet there. We are almost there. Now, Waliotengwa Limited, Taste Our Meat, Utamu Honey Limited, Ngishu Limited, Craft Culture, Shanga Initiative. Clap for yourself. You see, you are now becoming very creative. You now qualify to do a policy. First of all, so congratulations. I'll clap for you later. Now, I want you to analyze, because I want us to look at it so that we understand Pestel not only on a government front or doing a government paper, but I want you to understand Pestel even in your day-to-day basis. So I want you to look at the political factors, and you have 5 minutes only to look at the political factors, look at the economic, social, technological factors, environmental and legal factors within 5 minutes, and then we move on. So write them down there, and if you just a moment, you are not done here. So the paper is like this. So the political factors, you will list them below political. Then give us your mitigation factors. You understand? So political, if I am saying my challenge is probably taxation, then I write need for tax compliance, and don't write that one because I've told you. Don't use mine. So then you go like that, okay? So 5 minutes starting now. So Eric. So you have 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much. I've added you 30 seconds. That's enough. So, microphone. Where do we start? We start there. Just start where you are. Yeah, start with Taste Our Meat Limited. So, that's enough. Mwenye hajamaliza, mwingine amemaliza. All right, let me mumemaliza test. Okay, 2 minutes then. All right, 2 minutes are over. Hiyo imeisha. Tuanzie waliotengwa. Okay. 2 minutes are over. Can I have your attention? That's enough. I'm sure we've repeated ourselves. Pens down. No, my next life I'll be a teacher. So pens down. Stop, exactly. So I should write that. So pens down. Let's take care of God-given time. All right, pens down. Waliotengwa Limited, we start with you. Have the microphone. We are not going to do everything. We are not going to read everything. And there is no, I said, in social sciences, there is no wrong answer. It's only that you misplace it. So we just place it somewhere else. Yes. So, Waliotengwa Limited. Now, what business venture are you into?
Livestock trading.
Pens down. And that's my boss, director. Pens down, I'm the teacher. Let's listen. The purpose of this exercise is that at least we internalize pastel. Yes? So it is not that, but it is just about internalization of pastel. So it's not as vigorous as the one that Bwana CEO did for us yesterday. So, Waliotengwa Limited, what business venture are you in?
Livestock trading.
So hawa ni wauzaji wa ng'ombe na mbuzi. So what are the technological aspects that you are looking at? I don't need to ask everything, but tell me the technological aspects.
This one. We have media influence.
Media influence, correct.
We have research. AI, agricultural apps. Agritech, yes. And then we have weather forecast.
All right. What are the mitigation measures, or what do you carry behind your mind when you want to deal with those aspects?
We have media campaigns.
Correct.
Then we have wafugaji champions.
Yes, that is your app now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Unionize. All right. Then, and pastoralist unions. That is, negotiation. Yes, canvassing organizations. Beautiful. and introducing the agri-tech. So when you are walking to any minority, any other minority, those are the items that you carry. Can we clap for them? That wacheni wivu. All right, let's go to Taste Our Meat Limited. These are the clients of the livestock guys. Yes. So what is your business venture?
We're dealing with meat supply.
Meat supply. So those are when we do something called a value chain, and in government we have something called priority value chains. So we are moving from the meat from this to that end. All right. So what do you think are your political issues or political aspects? What political aspects do you look at?
Number one, we've got cattle rustling. For example, what's happening in Baringo.
Correct.
Number two, it's kind of linked, but it's insecurity.
Insecurity is political. Yes, that is political.
Yeah, and looking at the how to resolve that.
Yes,
we consider mediation.
Mediation. That is beautiful. Well
yeah.
thought. Yes.
Number two is it says environmental, but I think it's supposed to be economical, so we've cancelled that.
Oh yeah, economic. No, just political. You're dealing political.
Oh, we're still on okay.
Yeah, just on political.
So the other thing was legal.
No, just on political, so that we move.
Okay, so that's it.
That's it. Thank you so much. Clap for them. So economic. Did you note the economic factors? There. The second item. All right. So what are the economic factors that you're looking at? And sorry. First of all, Utamu Honey Limited. What is your business venture?
Producing and supplying honey.
That is a complete value chain. That is production and supply. Okay. What are the economic factors?
Insufficient capital to run the business.
Correct.
Counterfeits in the market.
Yes, that's
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Yeah. Nice one.
Yeah,
nice.
and then focusing imports more than on locally produced.
Perfect. That is the competition.
Yeah, so those were three main economic
factors. So what are your mitigation measures?
Access to credit services.
Perfect.
An aggressive campaign, Buy Kenya, Build Kenya.
That is okay. Marketing, very good. Yeah. That's an economic factor.
And then strengthen and reinforce our regulatory bodies, KEBS.
Exactly. That is good.
Thanks again. Clap for us.
Clap for them. Clap for them. Now. Okay, some order, please. All right. Listen. Those people, I had an economist amidst them. Yes, and that is a serious leakage. We want what do you call full disclosure. And they used something called competitive advantage, which is one of the Michael Porter's 5 forces. Congratulations. Next, Ngichu Limited. Good morning. What is your business venture?
We're running an agrovet.
They are running an agrovet. These are the people who are they are in the service industry. Now, what are the legal factors?
Hatujafanya legal. Prefer political, environmental.
Okay, let's go environmental.
So environmental, we've talked about climate change. We how to mitigate that is to seek partnership and advocate for climate resistance farming.
My question.
Yes.
What does climate change got to do with an agrovet? You're farmers by default. No, you're supplying. You understand? Let's try and internalize this thing. Yes? Microphone. We are
Climate change
reasoning.
will affect
I did not
people
say it
with-
is wrong. Yes. So just explain. Yeah. Yes.
Climate change will affect the people that we are looking to
You're-
serve, our
okay.
farmers, yes.
So these people will be affected by drought, and then you will not have people to supply.
Yeah, we will not have
Correct.
people to
Yes,
sell
I
to.
told you there's no wrong answer. Now, any other factor on
Yes, there was
environmental?
migration.
Migration, yes.
So we thought about mobile agrovets.
Yes, correct. That one cuts across, and especially for us at the unit, the pastoralists. How are we going to serve them with the agrovet services? Do you have any other?
Yes, I think we have pollution,
Correct.
where we talked about wash programs,
Yes.
and then natural disasters and disease outbreak,
I think you're good.
early warning systems.
Yes,
Thanks.
good. Yeah, nice. Yes, early warning systems. Correct. Clap for them. All right. Next was here. Do you have any legal items?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Some of the legal factors that we identified included business regulations. First of all, our business is
business
craft.
venture. Yes.
It's craft culture.
Yes.
So our main activity is harnessing the traditional regalia of minorities.
Nice. Clap for them for the topic first. Yes. Then.
So the main legal issues that we identified are business regulations, labor laws, and patent rights.
Correct.
The issue of patent rights, I don't know if we are aware.
Correct.
Some white people have patented our
Even the
traditional
Kiondo.
regalia.
Yes.
So
And
we
the
will
Kikoi.
ensure compliance with business laws. We will understand export and trade regulations and maybe contest the patent issues. Thank you.
Perfect. Let me ask a question, and we agree there is no wrong answer. Are you aware that there is something called property rights? Yes, we need to partner with them also for us to guard the interests of the marginalized communities and the ethnic minorities. Finally, Moses, you are still writing.
Thank you.
You
Sir.
will need to jump. Now, before you belabor the point, here we are. Shanga Initiative.
Very good.
Yes, so
now
I want you to handle us social. Yes, social aspects that you have.
In our group, we were able to identify a business which is bidding business. This is particularly with respect to marginalized community like the Maasai, Samburu, El Molo, where women are being empowered to use bead to, make some stuffs like even lamp and the necklaces. That way, they will be able to sell to different people and be able to thrive economically. The name of our company is Ushanga Initiative. In terms of social, we have looked at cultural significance and cultural trends.
Correct.
How to mitigate, emphasize cultural heritage and craftsmanship in marketing, conduct and adapt products to changing tastes. Yeah, we had actually we did all of them, but now that you have asked me to restrict.
Yes.
myself to
Yeah,
social,
I think you're good there. Yes, I think we'll take you up with Kipi. It's called Kipi. So thank you so much. Everybody, let's clap for the last group. Shanga Initiative. So let's clap for ourselves. I hope we've now internalized Pestel. So what is the relevance of Pestel when we come to our unit? So politically, let's start, we are discussing. We now bring Pestel, we now apply to how relevant it is, or what aspects of Pestel is relevant to what we do. Other than technology, the rest, other than this, which we've not actually delved into it so much. Political, environmental, legal, and economic. So we have the relevance that we apply pastel to. I will touch on the way they had actually listed them. And the first is economic. We discuss about economic inclusion. We know what economic inclusion is. We need to bring aboard the marginalized and minority communities to participate in the building of the economy of this country. The other thing is resource allocation through equalization fund and all that. And finally, sustainable development. I'd actually mentioned something about sustainability, and I wish Dr. was here, because sustainable development means we need to, other than us getting to know the regions that these people are, we need to map a trade to that community. I worked previously with the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, and part of the people we meet are those. There are programs that they run, and you got to map a trade. I'm not discussing much of their mandates, but there are almost 4 kinds of mapping we wish we can get into. That is trade, services, of course, agriculture, and manufacturing. So these people can be mapped to a particular trade, and we partner with other government agencies and strategic partners actually to promote it. So under the social aspects, we need to reduce social exclusion. That is, those are identities and of course assimilation. We discussed yesterday. We need to promote social justice. This includes the land rights, the access to education, access to better health care for the marginalized communities and ethnic minorities. There is need also for public awareness, like when we rationalize the 69 communities, how are we going to recognize them publicly? The portal at the PSC, how are we going to recognize these people in terms of voting and all that? Culture, sorry? Yes. So for the cultural aspects, then we have the cultural preservation and promotion. We have cultural days for the indigenous people. We have all that, the minorities and marginalized day. We need to make sure that we promote them. Their rights also, according to the constitution, needs to be the cultural rights needs to be observed. The traditionalists, they have rights, they have their ways. I was walking somewhere and I saw someone holding a stick and greeting someone by that stick. That's a cultural right. We need actually to preserve that also and empower them. Politically, we need to look at the political representation, make proper advisories, make guidance through the policy and the legal frameworks that we have. Policy advocacy is what we are trying to do here. We need to promote them also on national integration. Integrate these people in the political function at the national level and even the county level. Finally, we need to also observe the constitutional mandate, the mandate that the Constitution gives us through the affirmative action, the Bill of Rights, of course, and the interpretation as done by the Constitution in defining the groups that we have. So, what is our action plan? At the end of the functionality of this term, technological aspects, we do not have them expressly in the Constitution. That's why we went to what is in the Constitution. So that at least at the end of the day, when we are coming up with, when we are working and actually coming up with whatever documents that we have to do, we know what we rely heavily on the Constitution. So what is our action plan and the impact of our foregoing mandates? As a unit, we are established by an executive vote. Is that right? We are established by an executive order. So, out of our mandate, there are about 6 things that come to my mind. Number one is to develop a national policy for mainstreaming of the minority communities. So we need to do that. Come up with a policy. And I actually came up with an innovative name that we might need to take it up. See has left. So came up with a title, Policy on the Mainstreaming and Inclusion of Marginalized Community Rights in Kenya, in bracket, the social and economic inclusion of minorities, traditionalist, indigenous, and pastoralist communities for equal rights and equity of resources for the year 2025 and beyond. So, all right, let me repeat that. I have tried to title it, Policy on Mainstreaming and Inclusion of Marginalized Community Rights in Kenya. And in bracket, the social and economic inclusion of minorities, traditionalists, indigenous, and pastoralist communities for equal rights and equity in resources, the year 2025. Okay, let me repeat. Policy on the mainstreaming, policy on mainstreaming, not on the mainstreaming, policy on mainstreaming and inclusion of marginalized community rights in Kenya, in bracket, the social and economic inclusion of minorities, traditionalists, indigenous and pastoralist communities of minorities, traditionalists, indigenous and pastoralist communities for equal rights and equity in resources. That is borrowed, that title is borrowed and actually is in the Constitutional Article 260. And the reason we do this in government is that for purposes of policy approval. So what goes to parliament are usually sessional papers. So when we have this, it will be a sessional paper in parliament that will be approved as policy in that manner. Ask. Mm-hmm. Now, that's a very good question. The fact of including ethnic minorities. We will delve into inclusion of ethnic minorities within the definitions in the policy. Now, to give what we are trying to do is to breathe life to Article 260 by actually getting what it says, trying to interpret it and make it relevant for purposes of operationalization. So basically, if you look at, let me open the Constitution, and if you look at it, it says, I am just a moment. Marginalized community means one, relatively small. That is what we call minority. That is 260. Then traditional community. So the indigenous community which may be nomadic or settled somewhere, and of course there is one the pastoralist. So basically what we are trying to do is get a title that will cover everything. From there, after we've done that, inside the policy now we cover the actual. If we want even to open out an office for ethnic minority, that will be covered in the policy. 100D. Yeah, 100D. Please note that. So, number 2. Oh, I know she has the constitution. Yeah. So, right. We need to wind up. I'm finished my. I have about 9 minutes, so we need to finish up and. That's D. Ethnic
and other. Ethnic and other minorities and marginalized communities. So
Okay.
D says ethnic and other minorities.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes. So you get it. So we will, when we do the situation analysis or the literature review, that is what we will really pick up. And I wish you are in that group that will do that situation analysis, so that we pick it up and it comes out in the policy strongly. So as we wind up, number 2, we push for legislation. Legislation can either be two. One, there are 2 ways, 3 ways about it. Number 1, the policy can give birth to a legislation, which we will need to do that through the policy statement. And we were looking at what had been done by the late Mheshimiwa Prenkei, and he had done something on enactment of the protection of minorities and marginalized group rights bill, I think of 2021. So we will improve on that. And we hope it will run in tandem with this. So number 3, the 3rd action plan is we need to enhance partnership, something like this. Or the guys of Horn of Africa, the guys of Pan-African Policy Group, we need to enhance our partnership and of course for advocacy and funding. We need to also work on creating a repository so that the histories, whatever has been done, data is there, and the people who will come after us will get something to read on. Further, we need to do a research and of course enrich that repository. So finally, is to establish a feedback system to ensure that the marginalized voices marginalized community voices have been heard. I think that with that and many other remarks, if there are any questions, I would wish to take them. Sorry. Yes. All right. So that is enactment of the protection of minorities and marginalized groups' rights and the groups is like this at the end, like that. So rights bill, it's a bill, huh? We'll now do a 2025. Yes. Do you have any other questions? 2021. All right. Any other question on Pestel, on policy, or any? No, not personal only. Or any functionality in government that you... Yeah, all right. So I think we'll still engage. If you have any question, my email address will be shared and my phone number. Thank you so much.
Round of applause once again. Any question? Any clarification? Who is confused? Probably the process might have confused you. Who is confused? Any question, any clarification, any contribution? Everything is in order. So what is the takeaway of this session? I have noted 3 things. What have you noted? You know the beauty when I have the mic, I can ambush anyone. So can we be alert? Mm-hmm. Yes? What's your question? Please don't do kamkunji. You ask the question through me.
It's asking, because I have seen a presenter stopping at implementation. What happens after legislation?
Good question.
That's a very good question. Any other question?
What happens after legislation?
What happens after legislation? Now, let me explain briefly under 30 seconds. When the primary legislation that we have as a country is the Constitution. For the Constitution to be effective, we need legislation, and it's the work of Parliament to do the legislation. Basically, the legislation is what I've used severally. I know you will use it against me. Breathes life to the Constitution. So after the legislation is the implementation, the setting up of institutions. So if we want to transition from a unit, MMU, and then we want to be a state department, that is what the legislation does. So if we are going to regroup into something else, that is what the legislation has. Yes. So you see, what is happening now is we are established under an executive order. So since I'm a loyal government guy and my name, so after that, if, for instance, we do not have another executive order extending our mandate, that means kazi yetu inaishia hapo na inaenda na hiyo executive order. So including the political goodwill of the presidency saying that today we have another executive order removing that unit. But to mitigate that is to legislate and then start the implementation. You now move from the contract to more of a permanent position of that and so forth. So it's more of implementation. Is that clarified?
In that case, the final person.
We will need more civic lessons. So this one is independent. So the policy, after we've done the policy, we'll go now to the legislature. So so for clarity, the president will be is very critical in signing it into a bill of, in signing it into law. So I
Thank you very much. Yes, that's well understood.
Yeah, okay.
It's good that you came so that you can get this civic education. Good, thank you very much. So we have a task before us that we need to be able to do. Well, we need to make sure that we need to legislate so that we can actually not lose our jobs. Yeah, that's a sad reality. You know the executive, when the executive gives you work, you see when they say you so and so has been appointed for the period of three years. Tomorrow you can wake up and actually revoke the appointment. So for us not to lose our jobs. So Charles, I think we have work to do. We have work to do. And that's what I just got from this session. We have work to do, and we don't need to sleep because you need to show relevance. Yesterday I was actually watching news, and our treasury CS said that we have an expensive government. So we don't demonstrate, you don't demonstrate your value add. We call it our value add. So they will actually say that these people can be recalled. The wage bill is too much, the per diem is too much, the office expenses is too much. I don't know if the government wants the KICC or you are paying rent. So they might easily actually revoke this and you go back to status quo. So I believe that there is aspect of the policy which is most of the agency, is an agency. I don't know if Charles you got it. It is very urgent. You don't need to sleep. Probably you need to give yourself a couple of weeks so that you can get something for validation and relevant stakeholders. I don't know. That's me. I don't know who also got to the way I got it. Did you get that, or you got it differently? You got it that way, yeah? Okay, great. So let's go and have tea. We need to increase our sugar level, and then we will come back with a marathon. So we'll give, as we go for tea, we are giving our sister Lavender time to be able to type the work for yesterday. And then let's increase our sugar level, and then we come back for presentation for yesterday's work. Thank you very much. 15 minutes. Tea break. And tea is served outside there. So please take tea.
Number 200, number 2 of 2023, and it stops there.
Father, who has you have an extra laptop? You guys have an extra laptop? Hey. You have an extra laptop? Yeah, get that extra laptop. I want you to extract that what he's saying. We'll also project, we see how it will look like. Are you together? If you have an additional laptop, we want to also put what she has recommended. We'll also see how it will look like. That's the beauty of consensus, eh? Another person, not concurring, a different opinion. We don't want to concurrence.
Our different opinion on who are we, as chairman has put it, in my suggestion, we can put another paragraph of the who are we on establishment. Then we quote this article as a separate thing. So like after the definition of who are we, and then we are the Minority and Marginalized Affairs Unit serving under the executive order of the President. And then from that unit, the establishment, we can put it as a separate entity. Hapo establishment. To make an establishment chini, and then they will say we are established under the articles of this, and this. That's my view. No, Chairman.
Remove we are. Just write minority and marginalized affairs unit under the executive. This established.
This is option 1. This number 1, this number. So we'll speak from this and this one will be. There will be another third one or fourth one. So where will we look at?
Because when you ask who are you, I say Charles Nadine. Yeah. but yeah.
Any other person has a contrary opinion? It's from the same group. Why are you comparing when you're in the same group? Okay, so let's speak it. What are you saying now?
We are continuing to where we say 2 of 30, and then we add the division between.
Bring division, again. Just confess it. We see how it look like. The directors are telling us here, this is what the president wanted. So you also need to guide here. So this is what you are saying, Johan.
The vision should really stand out and that something that shows important. Yeah. What is the end goal?
Chair, I had something to add on. I think the president, I'm defending the the first one, that the president had an agenda as why this unit should be formed. That's why we were including the word better, because it is one of the agendas of the president. So it is not out of what president is aligning. So we need also to mention the word better, because it is the agenda should be formed to address what is not good.
Very good, very good. Let me also ask a question. This better, the bottom-up economic transformative agenda, where is it anchored? Which ministry can claim this? Which ministry can claim? Let's start from there. Which ministry can claim this? Is it Ministry of Trade and Investment, or which ministry?
Let me ask. I think I would like to ask a question with regard to the better, because I'm looking at this as this is something the president himself has established. And the reason he has established this is because of he had an agenda for the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And then he has the power to give an executive order to create a unit. And then he somehow finds a way to link it to his agenda. Yeah. So I feel the Constitution gives him that by the virtue of being the executive.
Yes, there is no, we agree with you 100%.
Yes.
Even my brother, I'm agreeing with him 100%. But the question I'm asking, is for the purpose of learning, where will this, I want you to underline this. Just put a different color. That's better. The bottom up. I'm not saying it's bad. But I'm asking which ministry can claim that? Is it Minority Affairs Unit or the Ministry of Treasury or the Ministry of Trade?
None.
Or is it a cross-cutting issue?
It's a cross-cutting issue.
Okay, great. Yes.
From this answer, we can put other questions that they responded there. And for instance, the bottom-up issue, that although when we are talking of minority and marginalized, it's a constitutional matter. It's not a declaration of the president. Although it is aligning with the agenda of the party. But we can also affirm it up after you have stated the constitutional basis for our existence.
So you are agreeing that we maintain this from your statement?
Under different question, not who we are.
Uh-huh.
Then we can respond to the vision and other vision.
Charles, let me ask you another question. Are you the only unit that is actually established under the executive office number 2? Yes. Are you the only?
Yes.
No any other one? No other. There is another executive?
Any other unit that is under the presidency is established with another different executive order. So this executive order number 2 only establishes the Mau unit. Okay. The Kinandeis have their own executive order. Really?
Uh-huh. Okay. No, that is good. That's good. That's a very good. So you need to know.
Please let us get the points clear. We have an executive order. That is the reorganization of government. When you read, it is here. Reorganization of government, executive office of the president. Then you have key offices under EOP. One of them is chief of staff and head of public service. Another one is deputy chief of staff, president's council, economic council. Then when you come there, I wanted to point out that where you have at the red minority and marginalized affairs unit. It is not minority, minorities. So correct there. Minorities. That is given life by the executive order. So when we say our unit is the only unit given lifeline by the executive order, that's not true. There is none, but there are some other offices under it. No, I don't know whether we are getting.
Excuse me, sir. I get what Moses is saying. The executive order number 2, it also established different offices. Like the Ministry of Youth. Initially, it was used to be called the Ministry of Youth and Sports. But through the executive order number 2, they added the Ministry of Youth, Creative Arts, Creative Economy and Arts. And then they added other sports. it also gave the exact extent to the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. That executive order number 2. For the people who have read it. If you have read executive order number 1, executive order number 2, they were very clear, because if you remember, Moses Kuria said that Moses Kuria actually went straight to the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary and said that's his office. You remember? So are we the legitimate owner of the executive order number 2? You are a part of the, or you are a part of the executive order number 2?
We are part of in spite of others, we are a topic of minorities and marginalized, which was established by executive order number 2. It doesn't matter how many others were there. If you want to go there, you get others. But you will find ours there, established under that order. Yes, we are in the same vein. We don't have to mention others.
Okay, great. So this one, let me guide the process. I think we might not move from here, because everyone has his own stories. What we'll do, this one you will guide it, the secretary when he comes can be able to guide the entire process from here. I propose that we move from here, but what I wanted to, excuse, the person who was presenting, I want you to listen to me. For this to create a meaning, we might not put everything, that's my opinion. We might not bring everything, but I am proposing we have a footnote. A footnote that asks all that articles. That one I think that can work from this. So we can leave from these 2 here, and then we'll come to create a consensus. So we move to the next part. Are we together? Hello, are we together? But still reflects who do we want to be called? Who do people say who we are? And the vision is the vision fine? Suggestion. So if you have any other suggestion, please write it down. Then we will be able to revisit. I think by tomorrow we'll be very clear on this path who we are. Are we together? Great. Next. For the purposes of moving.
To interruption. What is our mandate? So the unit is mandated to 1. Study, assess, design and recommend appropriate affirmative action programs and measures to ensure that the ethnic minorities and marginalized communities A. participate and are represented in governance and other spheres of life. B. are provided special opportunities in educational and economic fields. C. are provided special opportunities for access to employment. D. develop their cultural values, languages, and practices, and E, have reasonable access to water, health services, and infrastructure. The number 2, prepare advisories to His Excellency the President and other ministries, departments, and agencies, constitutional commissions, independent offices, Parliament and the judiciary on matters affecting minorities and marginalized communities, and mainstreaming of the same to the government agencies. 3, initiate the formulation of a national policy and enactment of legislation for minorities and marginalized communities. 4, undertake mapping and identification of minorities and marginalized communities across the country. 5, develop a criterion and formula of identifying the minorities and marginalized communities in the country. Number 6, undertake comprehensive review of the best practices on mainstreaming minorities and marginalized communities in other jurisdictions. 7, act as the link between the government and civil society organizations, community-based organizations, and non-governmental organizations advancing the rights of minorities and marginalized communities. 8, monitor the implementation by ministries, departments, and agencies of presidential directives concerning minorities and marginalized communities in the country. Number 9, facilitate the recognition and registration of stateless minorities and marginalized communities in collaboration with other concerned government departments. 10, monitor the implementation of diversity and inclusivity in public service, commissions, and state agencies. 11. Undertake coordination and collaboration of minorities and marginalized communities. 12. Coordinate resource mobilization and partnerships for minorities and marginalized affairs. 13. Undertake to sensitize minorities and marginalized communities of their rights and the government commitments towards mainstreaming them.
Very comprehensive. Any subtraction, any addition, any clarification? Or they captured it very well? Is that your mandate? Hello? Are you sure that's your mandate?
Yes, that's our mandate.
The rest of the people? The comps, the clientele people? Are you this is your mandate? You associate with it? Okay. The partnership? Partnership people? Number three, group 3. Is this your mandate? You look like you're not so sure. If this is your mandate. Sir, is this your mandate? Okay. Charles, is this your mandate? Charles and Tim. Okay, so we are in order, that one. There is nothing we are adding. Hello? Are we adding something? Or we are in order, we move? Yes. So group 1, can you clarify?
It's as given by the establishment. Actually, the secretary was part of our team and he said, we did not define this mandate for us. We came and found the mandate, so we just took it as it was and put it there. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. It's actually gazetted. Is it gazetted? How was it given? So it has been, this one is gazetted? No. I'm asking a simple question. Is it gazetted? Or is it somewhere in the street? Okay, great. That's what I want, only that. Okay. Okay. It's still
That's noted.
It's still in the gazette. It's still in the document. Executive order number 2. If you go to executive order number 2, you will see these functions and mandate, right? Mura.
Yes.
Maureen, you will get
Yes.
these things in executive order number 2.
No, it's not there. I don't know. I'm not so sure.
Where have you gotten it from? Where do you get these 12 points from? 13
Oh,
points.
we have, what is it called? You know, let me just say, when we were employed, we were given an onboarding document that had the mandate of the unit. That's why I'm saying the mandate was spelled out to us, which I can also share with us. That also spells out what we have as the definition. Yes.
I wanted to all of us knows that we have no objection. We wanted all of us to think that document is there, and people are making reference to that particular document. Charles is not so sure. Probably Charles was not given.
I wonder, but I know Moses is privy to that information.
Yes.
For purposes of moving forward, this is the working document we have. This is what we are following. It is our Bible. Thank you.
And just to add on that, sorry, I'm just looking at the four things of that mandate, the banner. It actually summarizes it. Exactly.
Okay.
It fits in the program. It's just a summary.
Okay. That is fine.
Thank you, Bwana CEO. I agree with this. You know, when they say where is the origin of the mandate, you know, the office is an establishment of public service. We have a structure, and the public service outlined the mandate. There is a document to that effect. And so what is here is what is in the document from the PSC. So it's okay.
Great, thank you very much. So this is part of induction, eh? Hello? Yeah. This is part of induction, so that all of us, we can be able to get, so that tomorrow when you are sick, or you have been transferred, someone else is actually asking, questioning this, you will be able to articulate it and give reference. Yes, Charles?
This is an educational process. If there is an omission, this is the time that we are thinking through. We don't have to defend anything that is not rightly in place. If this mandate is not gazetted, from here we lobby that that mandate is gazetted. If it is not gazetted, it's not official. So let us not defend anything. If it is like he's asking, is it, where is it? Is it gazetted? And if it is not gazetted, we not. And those people, Maureen, yes, today, you know, this thing falls under our thing. I ask you to take note of today's things. One of the things here is this mandate is not gazetted. And one of the things is we need to pursue with our secretary is to ensure that it is gazetted so that we are protected.
Do you have legal people here? Do you guys have legal people? Do you have legal people in the room? No, legal, no, the money from minority. Journey.
So we are now using this mandate, which has not been given, now for us to
Do you know why I'm asking this? I'm sorry. I'm asking in good faith. I've had a privilege of working with politicians, especially in the policy. They will ask you where you're drawing these mandates from, if they want to shoot your bill down. So take notes. So, but also I'm also challenging Group 4, the Group Charles. You are also coming up with the legislation. So make sure that any legislation, any policy, this is actually embedded. All these issues are actually embedded. I don't know how you're going to do, but also take note of that. Group 4. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Proceed. I hope all of us were getting something, eh? Yeah, because we need to question and so that we get the answers, the correct answers. Yes. Eh? Who? Rachel, you want to say something? Okay. Thank you very much. You have a different opinion. Please give me the mic. Please say something.
Thank you. Now, I've been looking at the executive order, number 2, and it there's a statement somewhere. It says, printed by the government printer, Nairobi. If you have the, I think it's in the group, it's printed by the government printer, and that's where the offices are listed below. And we are aware that the government printer moved to the office of the president. So I'm just thinking.
Remind me your name. Remind me your name.
Marvin.
Marvin.
Yes.
Marvin. That's fine. Those 13 points, you can see them there with your 2 eyes.
Not the points, but I can see the office. Oh, sorry. But there's the mention of the office. I was still going through it to see if there's the mandates are listed.
We'll come later. No problem. But we wanted to don't confuse things. We wanted to know those 13 points. But it's also very good, so that we need to make sure that as we continue developing the documents. Hello, all the documents, including the communication plans, communication strategies, you should have these mandates embedded somewhere. Are we together? The policy people make sure that these things are actually embedded so that it becomes a norm. All of us, we are aware where we are drawing our mandate from. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Momanyi. Fortunately, you had visited us and we had told you this is something that nobody has done before. So we are literally also finding the way. All of us are learning, and we really appreciate the inquisitivity because it also opens our minds to thinking. So then we move to what are our fears or concerns? Sorry?
Attention, please. We are here now. What do people talk about us? What are our fears?
Yeah, what are our fears?
Or concerns?
Yeah, our fears and concerns now, those are for the unit. And then there's also the other part for their fears and concerns. Now those are the communities that we are serving. So I start with the unit. So we have lack of visibility and representation. Of course, I think... Sorry? You want to say something?
No.
Okay.
I'm asking you, yes, you can identify yourself with that statement.
Oh,
so continue, actually, as she does that, so get to read and understand. Are we identifying ourselves with these statements? That's the purpose of this work. Hello, communication people. Tuangalie hapo kwanza. So kuja baadaye kama uko na concern. Yes, proceed.
So then we have limited funding which can hinder effective implementation of programs or initiatives. We have sustainability of the unit due to inadequate legal framework. I think that's why we're having the conversation on legislation. And then we have overlap of mandates with other government organizations. And then resistance from other groups who are not minority or marginalized. And then lack of verified and validated data.
Anything that we can add here? Or they captured very well?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it is as well.
Inadequate visibility.
Probably.
Hello? We are changing the lack of visibility to inadequate visibility. So the comms people, how do we make it more visible?
Comms people lend us English.
Comms people in the room. So this will be you'll also be answering this question. Okay, great. Another suggestion. You want to move, please? Remember we are still in group 1. You want to move? We wanted to give each group 10 minutes. We are taking a little longer. Another. So silence means we can move. It's fine. We can identify with this. Yes, sir. Write somewhere. No, write somewhere. It is true. It's very true. Yes, my sister. What is your suggestion as a comms person?
You're talking about something that is not there totally.
So what are you?
Sorry, when you talk about lack of, you're talking about something that is not there entirely. Yes. But when you talk about inadequacy, it's there, but it's not enough.
So we are qualifying the statement.
Yes.
You have changed the statement. That's good. You have seen it.
No, I know what you're saying actually. I get what she's saying.
So when you're talking about inadequacy and lack of, you can separate it into 2 different points. Yes.
So do we have to just read number 1?
No, visibility.
Do we have communication person? Do we have comms people here? Yes. The comms people that are there. So can you ask that question?
I'm asking, as it stands, do we have any visibility? So it means we are qualifying inadequate. Okay? Yeah.
Yes, the first question you asked about, Daktari said, which term is the best to use hapo kwa the first point. So she said, is it lack of or inadequacy? So I think the right term to use is inadequacy because we are already in existence.
Right, inadequacy.
Yes. So lack
inadequate. Inadequate.
Yeah.
Or you want us we do? So do you want us we write inadequacy or inadequate?
Inadequate.
Inadequate visibility and
Yes.
representation.
I'm just trying to
Qualify the statement.
No, we have already qualified the statement. Okay. So do we have a problem with that statement? Hello?
Yes.
You feel understood?
So do we need to separate these points? We need to separate them. Okay. So can we change that? So what do we talk about representation? So no, just phrase it so that we can move, please. Just paraphrase it so that they can write. So we remove this. We just stop here. Full stop here. Remove this, madam, please. You are confusing us. Copy paste it. Put it somewhere huku chini ndio tuone. Put hapa chini.
I think
Maureen. Excuse me.
Nimeget, what we're trying to, I think I get what Maureen is saying. Sorry? Oh, she's also Maureen. So the first, because this is our work, please return what we had written before, explain it so that then we can contribute. Inadequate, what had we written? Not lack. Let's use inadequate visibility and representation. These are fears of the unit. Okay? Those are the ones we are addressing. So we are saying the unit, considering it's just started, so we still have inadequate visibility, right? And when we talk about also inadequate representation, it means in the spaces that we want to be, we are inadequately represented. Is it making sense? Yes. Also, we break the points to make them two. So inadequate visibility and inadequate representation. Thank you. Thank you. I get it. Thank you. Okay. Okay, great.
So do we want to use the word lack of representation or inadequate representation? Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Let's move. Let's move, please. Let's move. Yes. No, we have used the word inadequate.
Would that be in the sense that there are no elected leaders to champion for the rights of for the unit, or what kind of representation?
They are not allowed.
What kind of representation? What did you say?
Good question. That's a good question.
Nani nakumbuka ilikuwa nini?
Hello. Hello, please. Our attention, please. When we talk about representation, the voices that is coming, where do you want to be represented? Is it in the parliament? Is it external there, or where? Where do we need to qualify this? All leadership. So put this in red. Yeah, put this in red. We will see if it will fit here. Just put that in red, so that we can move. The rest are okay, right? Great. Let's move, please.
Okay. So the fears of the communities that we seek to serve.
Excuse me. Yes.
Yes, we have lack of recognition, lack of representation, social stigma and public backlash, discrimination, fear of assimilation, that's the language and culture, and then loss of ancestral land and resources. It's supposed to be, I think, land and minerals. Yeah.
Any contribution here? It's okay.
Which one? Yeah, I thought so.
Okay.
But land is also a resource, isn't it? Yeah.
So there is some people are questioning: is it loss or? What are you saying? No, let's do a practical example for you. You still have your land in Nemobut? So what do we need to do that? What do we need to? How do we need to paraphrase this one then? I'm using him as an example because I know him. We went to school. I went to school with him, so I know him. I know in the same school somewhere there. Mhm. So, Tim, please, you will sit and actually paraphrase that statement.
I want to ask this. So, when you don't have a title deed, what could possibly happen to you? So, what is your fear in this case? So, I don't have a title deed, or I don't have something to show that I own this piece of land. So, your fear is that without these documents, you could? That's why the English is lost.
Laws and we need to frame something like that. The lawyers now can say dispossession. So you can also include this dispossession of land, something like that.
Okay.
So you will actually revisit that one.
All right.
I hope someone is helping you to write. Thank you very much.
All right.
Can we move? So we remove the other one representation that we put up there.
Yeah. I think it can.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
yes,
it can
suggestion
come down there.
The fears. You know, when we are sitting down to design our program, we've already looked at risks that can face us when you're implementing and designing our programs. These are the risks from our end. Yeah. So when you're sitting down to design a concept, these are the risks that we need to look at. How do we mitigate it? We've already done mitigation with pestle here. You can classify it under pestle, but you can just look at the specific concept we are doing. What risks are falling under there? How do we mitigate it? Or even, how do we make assumptions? You know, when you're going to mobilize the community, there is the risk of, what are some of the risks? Discrimination that they have. So what assumptions do we start making? What plans do we start making before we go to mobilize the community? So this just falls into how you've already started doing the design work itself, because you've identified the risks now and the assumptions to now put into our programming side when we are designing concepts.
We now ask another question there, so we will reflect. It is a work in progress. So what will be the mitigation for this? So that's the question number one. So we'll be discussing that one for today's assignment. Why are we mitigating this? So thank you very much. Next.
Okay.
Mitigation for those fears. We need to move here with something. Yes, next question.
Then the fourth question is, what are our main challenges? That is, as the unit. We have limited resources such as funding and human capital. Then we have insufficient data. Then we have lack of policy, legal and institutional frameworks, inadequate intergovernmental coordination, and then uncollated information, and inadequate office space and mobility. Yeah.
Is there an addition, or we identify with this? Hello? Are we identifying with this? Great. So it seems that you guys did a good job. But the key words, this one is keeping on coming, all the sentences. So take note. Next.
Okay, question 5. What does success look like for the Minorities and Marginalized Affairs Unit? Implementation of a working policy, enactment of a legal framework, establishment of institutionalized function, continuous monitoring, evaluation and learning system, collaboration and partnerships with relevant stakeholders, validated data, gazettement of minorities and marginalized communities. Ethnic minorities and marginalized communities are mainstreamed in the government agenda or fabric.
How do you identify those people to gazette them? Once you have just listed the names, then the Pandora's box will be opened. So we need a tool, a validated tool of identifying minorities and marginalized communities. Then when you gazette them, it is on that basis. So just before it, we add that one.
That is the tool for identifying the communities born a child?
Sorry? Sorry?
The tool, it's the verification tool, right? For the communities.
No, a scientific tool for identifying who is minority and marginalized.
Ah, okay, I hear you.
On whose basis then the list is generated.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Yes. No, it's a different point.
Maybe just thinking aloud, where do we put affirmative action and how can we frame it here as part of how a success would look like?
From up there, on the successes, I think on funding. I think on the funding of this thing, because when we say up there, limited resources. So how will we, upon the success of this thing, they need a sustainable funding from the exchequer, the budgetary allocation.
Where's the budget? Two things which are coming out. He's asking the question for bullet 3. This one, what is understandable here? And then the gentleman, my friend here, is asking about sustainable funding. This is the funding aspect, or budget allocation, budgetary allocation.
So then I think what I'm trying to say is that when we have an institution like function, like say we have like a commission or something, or
State department.
this is taken up by a state department, then there will be provision for funding.
So we need to be very clear. That's what we need to be able to have like e.g.
The way this now is
It's hanging.
is a governance issue. Establishment of institutionalized function is a governance issue. But budget and funding is a critical issue that has been raised there as a fear. So what she's saying, how are we ensuring that there is success there? Because right now we don't have it, and so we must have at least. But at least maybe you want to qualify under government.
So the additional here is sustainable funding, sustainable allocation of resources from the exchequer. I'll come there. I still remember. Don't worry. Are we together? Allocation of funding from the exchequer, so that you are not going to beg, because now you are working on goodwill of the executive order. So what if tomorrow there will be another person comes with another executive order? So it means this one is you're also minority at risk. So exchequer, that's fine. The right to get policy. So this one is a governance issue. Again, we need to think it critically. What are we talking about? Do we need a state department, or do we need a commission, or do we need an authority? So think critically. So I think the policy legislation, they will advise. Do we need a commission? Do we need an authority? Or do we need a state department? And where do you think it can be anchored? Because tomorrow you might find yourself in the Ministry of Environment. Hello? Yes. So you need to be very clear. You see, the reason as why, I will tell you, I have been in the youth movement for a while. And I remember the youth docket started in the Ministry of Devolution. And that's where the youth agenda actually in the Republic, wait, please don't air it out so that I can be quoted somewhere. Please don't put it live. Where the youth
erosion and loss of identity, and then there's political underrepresentation.
Any additional? Yes, please.
We can have people secede, wanting secession. Yeah.
Sema sisi si watu wa Kenya, kama watu wa pwani. I was in Lodwar, and a very good friend of mine who was telling me that he's coming to Kenya. And we were with him, actually. He's coming to Kenya. Actually, it was last, I think 2 months ago. When were we in Lodwar? Actually, we were in Lodwar in December, and we came up with another mzee told us, I'm going to Kenya. Yes, Charles.
Actually, according to the sessional paper number 10, 1965, it had 3 things that which we still fight: illiteracy, ignorance, health issues, and poverty. I think it has to be summarized, and so we can assess for these marginalized people, have those, to what extent has the state addressed those 3?
So can I propose something that you should do that? You should actually do that. Now the unit should develop a scorecard. Hello? You should develop a scorecard on those issues that we are talking about. The key deliverables, Charles, what you are saying is a scorecard. How will the scorecard, how do you want to assess? So that if you want to inform the government, you need to have a scorecard to be able to assess how our community is faring on issues about poverty, illiteracy, and what? Diseases, something like that. Yes.
So for all the issues that we have identified and discussed, a document that can anchor the discussion is a strategic plan. Do we have a strategic plan as of now? We don't yet have one. So an action, again, from this exercise would be, can we define the unit strategic plan? That gives us direction. It tells us where to focus our efforts. It tells us how to allocate resources for that period. And it also allows us to enhance decision making within the unit.
Number 2 is a scorecard. We need to develop a scorecard on what Charles has said on the 3 critical issues during the session of the concerning 1965. Are you together? What else? Action points for this?
The other action point is the repository, the documentation.
Action point, repository and documentation. Repository and documentation. Okay, next is the development of the legal framework with full mandate of governance and the rest. Legal framework. So that you should not work under the executive order. Because tomorrow you might find yourself in the Ministry of Agriculture or a special program. Because people will be saying that you are just a bonus. What else? Hello, what else? Can we clap for this group, please? Can we clap for this group? So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Group 2, please. Take the floor. Thank you very much. Please, Toa equal group, Toa, group number 2, please, project. Please, now we are actually focusing on communication. Hello, please come closer. Kuja katikati.
Sawa sawa. Okay.
Additional points. Wapi pale? Shout so they can write. Write organizational structures, governance structure. Governance structure. We need to finish all the group before we go for lunch. So remember that you are the people standing between us and food security. Yes, proceed.
Thank you. We are the communication group.
Now focus here, please.
Our first question was, who are our clientele? And we based our answers from Article 260 of the Article 260, sub-Article 2B of the Kenya Constitution, which lists pastoralists, traditionalists, indigenous people, hunters and gatherers, and marginalized groups.
In addition, this the only clientele. Excuse me, Emma. This only clientele. Who else? Which one? So there is a correction here. There is 260. Eh? Check your reference, please.
Yo. Secretary.
Oh, it's an error, eh? Okay. So is this the only people? The clientele? No, there is one that is omitted. Which one?
Actually, if you remove that one, then you don't exist.
So add there, small. It's called what?
Actually, there are four. There is small population, traditionalist, indigenous, pastoralist. So you can even just write it in that order.
So we remove which one? So replace with what? Replace with small groups. Please, who is typing?
Who's typing? Sharon.
Please, who is typing? I want to see the person who is typing.
She's here.
Please. Yeah, the questions the contribution will be accepted from one from.
I beg your pardon because question number 1, we got a rectification from the secretary, and he's the one who gave me to write that. So I indicated what I was corrected.
So just we are now looking at this. Can you do it as we are saying? The first one is we are helping him. So start with small population, then traditionalist, then indigenous, then pastoralist. That way then you will be structured.
Let's. Okay.
Small population followed by traditionalist, followed by indigenous, followed by pastoralists. Then add pastoralists at the end.
What about marginalized groups?
They are not part of the. Yeah, but just put marginalized groups. Marginalized groups.
So we're done next.
Sorry, can I just clarify something?
Yes, please. Marginalized. Thank you very much. Next.
Our second question is, where are they? And we, okay, scroll up. We listed across the country, and we were specific to informal settlements, rural areas, urban settlements, forests, border areas, the arid and semi-arid areas. What is ourselves there? Yes.
Is this conclusive, or they are also in the water? Or they inside the forest? This is where they are? Okay, great. Thank you. Let's proceed. Eh? No, it will be clean, no problem. But we know this is where they are. But he's saying that we should not have started with the informal settlement. This one should come last.
No,
but
but
that is fine.
the reason why you put them there is because we have, for example, the Nubians who are domiciled in Kibra.
There's no problem. There is no problem. He's saying interchange this. There is no one who is contesting
order.
this. The order of priority where they are. Yes, you will do it later.
No.
Those one you will do it later.
Order.
But that's where
priority.
they are. Attention, please. But that's where they are, right? Yes. Are we missing other people? Do we have others in the river? Okay, great. Let's proceed. Next. Next, please.
Our third question is, what do they need? We have infrastructure, e.g. construction of roads, health centers, technological connectivity. Yes. Then our point 2 is strengthen security, human-wildlife conflict. Then they also need water and...
Excuse. I want you to be answering the question. I don't know how this one is related with this question. I don't know. What do they need? We could have actually stopped that security. I don't know, but...
They need infrastructure.
No, I've not contested infrastructure.
Okay.
But I'm saying you need to be consistent with answering the question.
Okay. So I stick to the... Okay.
Number 2?
I'm well guided. Yes.
It's just number 2.
Strengthen security. Or security. We can put it as security.
Okay.
Yeah, security. They need security.
Okay.
For sure.
Yes, proceed. Yes, remove that one. Remove the other one. Strengthen, please.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Next.
They need water and sanitation.
How do we paraphrase this one? How do we paraphrase that one? Hello? Is this e.g. human wildlife or for example what is it?
Sawa. So thank you for the correction. I think it's a typing error. We need to we need to change our secretary. It's okay.
Thank you. Let's continue.
Kindly, you'll allow me to do the rest because I was the one who was doing the typing, and whatever we are editing right now is whatever we got from the other groups.
No problem. No problem. Now we're cleaning.
The explanation was when I mentioned about security.
Listen, allow her, please. Allow her, please, to speak.
When I was trying to explain to the group about insecurity, they were trying to convince me that there's a difference between insecurity and human-wildlife conflict. Yeah, so they said that is a separate insecurity when it comes to wildlife-human conflict, which should be tackled. So I felt like I should include it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah.
No, she has explained it very well. Excuse me, Marvin.
Yes.
She has explained it very well. That's the reason as why she got the point. This one is an example of insecurity.
Okay.
The human wildlife. Yes.
So we can have a point to say.
Just put into bracket.
What they need is human wildlife conflict resolution, or
We'll paraphrase that one now. We need
Yes.
to paraphrase that so that it can create a meaning. Are we what we are trying people to do here, colleagues? Hello? We are cleaning the document now. It is not that what you guys got yesterday is right. So we are now cleaning the document to create a meaning so that you can be able to help us to be able to use it.
Yes.
Are we together? Yes. Yes, please. Yes, propose.
Yeah, those are two different points. The need for security, and we all know that in these marginalized areas there is insecurity in terms of banditry, cattle rustling, and just interclan conflicts and fights. And then human-wildlife conflict, this is different. The need here is the need to tackle human-wildlife conflict. Yes, mitigatively, yes.
I was trying actually to amplify the same point, because if you say that it is insecurity when it comes to human-wildlife conflict, actually there are some communities in Kenya who just mingle with wild animals without necessarily being harmed. Assume, for example, the Maasai, they just mingle with the lions, and they are very safe. Actually, it is just an awareness. People need to understand what is the efficacy of, for example, preserving wildlife. Simple. So it is just a mitigation on human-wildlife conflict.
Okay, then our next point is they need water and sanitation. I think that's clear. There's another point is social political inclusivity, e.g. the inclusion in the political space, recognition by the state through code provision. What do you think? That's okay?
Proceed. We will tell you.
Okay. Preservations of culture and languages. Then empowerment of women from the communities. Youth representation in decision making. By this we mean the youths from the communities, of course. Then a national action plan, a national youth council.
Wait a minute. I know more than you. So underline here, I will have a question. Underline this one. Put a different color. We'll come there next. Proceed.
We have sensitization on retrogressive cultures, e.g. Female genital mutilation and early marriages.
Proceed, please, my brother.
Awareness on government opportunities, food security, affirmative action plan, then access to education, access to sexual reproduction health rights. We have resources conflict, land and pasture. What? I think we have a type.
Are you finalized?
They want, another point is they want their issues mainstreamed.
Okay.
Yes.
Any suggestions on this? Amendments, suggestions? Where is it? Pull it in. Here. Uh-huh. Please, the people are typing. Type, please. Here, we are here. Okay. Please, okay, great. So it's the point taken. Another one? Yes, sir. Okay, help us to coin. No, just help us to coin at that. He will coin, madam. You will get that statement from him after lunch. You will get that statement from him. Great.
We can use senior citizens.
A senior citizen. This one, I want to see what's the difference of these two statements. This one. What's the difference? These two statements. Excuse me. These two statements. What's the difference? This one. Youth representation, decision making, and National Youth Council. Okay. So what is now the refined one? Just read for us the refined one. Since we cannot see the projection, what is now being written?
The final one is youth representation in decision making. For example, the National Action Plan and the National Youth Council.
I will rather, but then these are two different things. So I would rather actually use, for example, National Youth Council. Yes, this one, we can delete this one. Unless we want to have our own action plan.
Maybe what we wanted to say on that point of National Youth Council is integration of this youth from the minority communities in the National Youth Council. And then we wanted them to be, in the formulation of the National Action Plan, we wanted them to be part and parcel of the formulation of the National Action Plan.
Which action plans? Because there are so many action plans. Which one?
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Even now, as we are speaking, there is a team, even including my team, they are somewhere developing an action plan on youth peace and security. There is a national action plan on implementation of the National Youth Council. There is an action plan on development of the youth bill that is actually being proposed, that is actually, I think, is in third reading in Parliament. So which action plan are we talking about? So we need to be very clear how we are phrasing our statements. Yes, sir.
I think I've seen the National Youth Council have an advert for elections for the officials across the country. Yes. So that could be, we could encourage the youths from the communities to take part in that.
Yes, she said that. Yeah, she said that. That's part of awareness. So probably an action point is to develop an action plan on how we are going to integrate and make sure that our population, the people that we serve, they are actually integrated in the ongoing process of the elections of the National Youth Council. So that is an action plan from the COMS team. Are we together? The COMS team, are we together? Yes. What is it? So what are you saying?
By infrastructure, limited funds to develop infrastructure.
What do they need?
They need a location so that they develop this.
Project your voice. You're not being heard from behind.
Yes, yes.
Because I'm acting on infrastructure.
I want you to read the statement first.
Yeah, what do they need? They need funds to develop infrastructure. Because if this community does not give people money, or money has will not be relocated to this community, they will never develop these things.
But what is
and
the
then,
what is the end game?
so the end game is to have these resources. This is the infrastructure that is being developed up, and then also the food security.
Let me ask a question.
Yes.
Where are people not in business?
Because they lack startup funds. I think the capital part of it.
That's wrong answer. That's wrong answer. Take notes. You will come for my lessons in the afternoon. Yes? We need to finish. We need to go, please. We need to finalize this. Any additional things? Yes, sir. Very fast, very fast.
Chair, I stand to be corrected. When you say water and sanitation, is it bora maji ama maji bora?
Bora maji ama maji bora. The group Waswahili wako pale, remember kuna Waswahili.
Is it clean and safe water or just water?
Excuse me. Don't assume. Assumption is very. So actually, what he's saying is very important. My brother, what he's saying is very important. So make sure that you take note of that. It can be safe, clean, drinking water, something like that. So see, bora maji. What else? Your hand was up.
Yes, the point on.
The groups take note, please. Excuse me. The groups take note what they are saying.
I also stand to be corrected. The point on preservation of culture and languages, I think it's supposed to be preservation of some cultures because FGM is also a culture and we don't want it to be preserved. Preservation of some cultures because FGM is also a culture in some communities and someone talked about it being addressed. So,
you are
unless we also want to preserve FGM, then it's okay.
Okay. So take note of that. Excuse me. It's just what he's saying is very important. Take note of that.
We can say imepotea. Youth representation. What point was that?
Thank you, please.
Preservation of culture. We can say we can preserve. There's a word I'm missing for good cultures. So yeah, we can say the preservation of. It will come back again. So let's move on.
So I want you to revisit because you're in that group. Revisit and get the job done. Get the next question.
Next.
Proceed. This was the last question. No problem. You will sit with your group so that you can clean. Next question.
Next question. Disconnect and connect.
Mmeshamaliza kuuliza maswali? Have you finished the questions?
No. The machine is hanging. So
Okay.
It can't scroll up.
What's the next question?
What are their characteristics?
So the characteristics of who?
Our clientele.
Of the people that we spoke up there.
Yes.
Don't forget.
Yes.
Are you together?
Yes.
The one that he's actually told us how to paraphrase them. Those are the people that we are talking about. You can just say it. So the.
Progressive culture.
Okay, no problem, no problem. That's fine, that's fine. Yes, please, let's proceed.
Okay, what are their characteristics? Kindly scroll up.
Scroll, please. Madam, scroll.
What are their characteristics? They are pastoralists, they are traders, they have strong connection to their culture and land, they are sparsely populated, and they are geographically isolated.
Is this okay? Not the group. Who has seen them? As we are speaking today, who has seen them? They are doing it.
Unless you're actually thinking about slave trade, but trade in general is wide.
Okay. Yes.
Let's remember that we are talking in the context of marginalization. Yeah. So then that defeats what you are talking about.
No, take notes. You'll go and actually revisit it. Actually put in a different color so that you can revisit. Watu wa Mombasa watuambie kama ni kweli. Ama bado. Next, please. Proceed, please.
Our next question is, what are they saying? They are demanding recognition. They want their issues to be amplified. Climate change interventions. They also want climate change interventions. Scroll.
Okay.
I think that comes with the recognition. Oh, yeah.
What are they saying?
Excuse me.
That's what they are saying. But this is what you are saying on their behalf. Okay. What they are saying.
But remember also again, hello? Hello?
Yes.
Hello? I want to bring to your attention, when Charles and Dr. they were in my office, they told me that they were going to Moyale. Is it Moyale or Isiolo? You're also going to, you are visiting?
Dol.
Great. So I also want to hear, what did the community say? Are you guys getting?
Yes.
So we also want to hear what the community is saying about this. So you will also put that statement somewhere. We'll actually discuss in the afternoon. So what are they saying? Okay. Okay. Great. Are we done with the questions?
Is it the last one? We are done. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is the action? No, don't say thank you. I'm now here. Come down there. I want to do action points. You want to do action points? Action points. What do we recommend here, please, this group to consider? Okay, let's focus here. Lunch is still far. Don't worry. Focus here. Yes. Please take notes. Take notes.
I'm looking at this. Thank you, Group 2. You've really unpacked what it means to design a program, because you've identified the target groups. You've come to what they need. That's actually needs assessment, and that's why it's very important to know what they're actually saying, because programs should always capture the reality on the ground, not what we assume from where we sit, but to address the needs of the community that are the target group. You've already identified the needs, and that's your shopping list for activities to do in a concept. You already have a shopping list. So you just pick them, unpack each one of them and how they'll be delivered, and you have a concept. So I think we should be very clear. You've done desk reviews, you've gone to the communities. Please list down what the communities say. And this is very important to be reviewing every time there is a visit, so that list is very comprehensive. Excellent. Excellent. So you have actually developed for us concept notes from this. Design programs.
You'll assist us in developing the concept notes. What else we recommend to comms team?
I was going to say the other issue is around now what does the brand look like? Now that we know who we are, what our mandate is, who we stand for, how do we design the brand? I remember yesterday I was asking about this logo on the logo on the banner, and someone was saying it's the hands of different Kenyans coming together and integrating. So we know now who we are, we know our mandate, we know who we are talking to. So what does our brand look like? How do we position it? And what is our communication plan? Do we have a communication strategy already to work on or revise, or do we start from, is it something we need to develop? And then that will also go hand in hand with the advocacy plan, because then we know who we are representing, but who do we want to represent them to? Or where are we give them space to speak on their own behalf? So I can pick up with the comms team on how we take that conversation forward. And there's some material we had put together we can also share to just give some insights on how to go about that.
Excuse me, please. Let me guide you here. This should be different points. Communication strategy, stroke plan. Oh, so there's actually communication plan. There's communication strategy. There's advocacy plan. There are different things. Please make them. I was also very keen. This one. Are you sure this is an hand? Is this an hand? This is the hand. Huh? Okay. I was wondering. Actually, I was wondering what is this. So thank you very much. What else do we need to recommend to comms team? The messaging, which I think it will be part of the comms strategy and comms plan. It will be very good. And also, who are your key allies in the media? Is this conference or this workshop, do people know that you guys are here to discuss about issues about minority and marginalized? Because someone asked this question. Do people know? Do your clients know? Hello? Do your clients know that you guys are here? The comms team. Great. So what do we need to do? Maske? They have said no.
Let me just say something to answer that question, which is being answered real time. Sasa wasikilizi nani yao. Yes, there is a team of these marginalized communities, which is meeting in Hill Park, and they have invited us to go and say we are around and we are dealing with their issues. So I think that can fit somewhere, I don't know. Thanks.
That's part of the reaching out. That's part of the communication plan. Reaching out to different our clienteles, outreach, all those things. I think it will be there. But do people know that you guys are here, or do the decision makers, decision-making organs, do they know that you are here? So what do we need to do? That's also a very valid question, and a question that you guys need to be able to think. Because if the decision, again, this is what you are saying. You want money from treasury, or you want a sustainable exchequer. Someone will ask, what are they doing? Are you guys getting? What are they doing? I know the office of the Isaac Mwaura, Dr. Isaac Mwaura is actually sleeps, speaks about albinism. Hello? He's my good friend. He speaks about albinism. Anywhere, he's a champion of albinism. So you also need to speak, breathe minorities and marginalized. Are you together? You have to, because that's where you are running a salary from. Hello? That is your employer. If you go to environment, you speak about carbon credits and climate change, that's where you are running your salary from. Are you together? Yes. Yes.
I was going to say, while on that point, there's also a need to identify champions. Maybe not right now, but you know, anytime you're doing advocacy, it's very important to know who is behind you, who is speaking on behalf of the unit. And then we can also talk about spokes training, because now you'll need a media strategy, media engagement. So we can talk about trainings also to equip you with those capacities.
I think in addition to it, we already started yesterday, and it's clearly been highlighted in the needs, the different stakeholders, because we can't do this alone. Eco-mutualism. We need to map the stakeholders that we have and how. Yes. Ah, good. Excellent.
Yes. So why I'm very curious, why is these things not communicated? Is it that you don't have social media handles? Hello? Or we don't have someone who has the access to those handles? I'm not asking you, you should answer the question now, but I want you to start why is this not. Because Jamil and Nelson, they have been here, I presume that if you wanted photos, pictures, clips, you will have gotten. The secretary was here yesterday, and I think they took him some video clips. I think they have edited. So that's food for thought. If you're in my team, I will have given you a memo. Group 3. Group 3. Group 3, please. Can you appreciate Group 2, please? Hello, can you appreciate Group 2? Group 4, can you appreciate Group 2? Charles, can you appreciate Group 2? Charles, can you appreciate Group 2? Thank you very much. Group 3? And then Group 4, be ready very fast. Please, let's also give inputs the way they have given you the inputs. Be ready, Group 1, Group 2, please focus here. We need the input here, please. Group 4, please focus here. We need the input here. The laptop is not working. Okay. I think we have some problems. Group 4, can you go next? Or is there anything that you can assist the Group 3? Get another laptop. Hey, you have questions? Hey, get another laptop. Hey, get another laptop. There's another laptop there. Okay. Hey, make it bigger. Can it be bigger? Hey, can you stand up and stretch? The ball, let's put the ball. Stand up. Let's stand up.
Tufanye mahesabu. Haya, tusimame. Please stretch out. Stand away from your seat. Hello. Haya, tuseme 1 plus 1 is equals to 2. Kuna watu hawafanyi na nitawangojea mpaka mkuje. Hiyo sasa hapa si mahali pa. Weka hiyo nini chini kwanza twende. So 1 plus sio times plus 1 is equals to 2. Hiyo mwili tafadhali. Haya twende 2 plus 2 is equals to 4. Kama kunyonga kawaida tunajua tu. Haya twende 4 plus 4 is equals to 8. Unaandika letters na mwili. Sasa tuende haraka sana ndio tuketi. Mwili yote iandike 8. If you don't like dancing leo utafanya tu kwa sababu lazima uandike 8. So twende 1 plus 1 is equals to 2. Drop. 2 plus 2 is equals to 4. Drop. 4 plus
Thank you very much. Take your seats. Don't stand there. Just stand there. It's working. Group 4. All those laptops are not working. Yeah? Yeah, get it, please. Get your laptop, please. It's not working. I saw the presentation. Yes, because detected. So, yeah, move is there. Move. Let's make it bigger. Again. You can read it from the back pages. Okay. Just leave the laptop there. Just put the laptop there. Wake up and belly. Hey, Lugo. How much is the cable? I'll just okay. You got a fingerprint, eh? Wake up, Abasi. Wake up. Look. It can't operate from here. Yes, present from here. No, someone sit here. Wake up, Abaju. Yeah. This one is a more protected device. Kuja, stand there. Okay. Can we get group 4? Then we. Excuse me.
Why don't you send it to laptop and?
No problem. Just get group 4. Yes, we can. No problem. Let's go to group 4. Group 4. Can you get?
Just a minute. This one is just. What's the challenge?
Hata ni ku WhatsApp. Stacy ni venye nilifikia tuko tight. I'm really questioning our relationship. Ninaona hivyo. Na clean. Uongo. Na mbona uimbane? Me says when I look back, I'm like, how did I used to manage?
Please, group 4, can you present for us? Group 4, please go. Group 4. Group 4, please proceed. Assist group 4 here. Oh, your laptops are marginalized.
Ours was connecting.
Group 4, please. You can do it from there. You can just do it from there. Just do it from there, no problem. Do it from there. Do it from there. Please share those laptops, those presentations to group 1. They can help us to project. I think shida. You can send them to group 1. Take their emails, please. Send them to group 1, please.
Can I continue as they make it?
No signal. Huh? No, send to group 1. Go put it group 1 there. Go put it group 1. Please, your laptops, if they're not compatible, please share to group 1. Get a good machine. No, we need to see it here. We need to give input.
The phone can actually pick up the...
Yes, the phone can. The phone can, yes. Yes, it can.
When you leave,
sawa. Jaribu haraka haraka. Jaribu. Yeah, there is one. Who is connecting? Okay, it's this one. Which one? Okay, great. Now, great. So group 4. Please, all attention should be here. Make it bigger. Please share that document from here. As soon as they finish,
you just proceed.
They will proceed. Share to whose laptop is that? Charles. Yes, share to Charles. With Charles. Yes. Please, so that we can move very fast.
Good afternoon. Group 4.
Please, we request your attention, please. Take some water so that you can have energy.
I'm okay. So we are on legislation, policy, and regulations. Question number 1. What are the key priorities to be considered in the policies? To ensure adequate inclusion of ethnic minority and marginalization communities, policies should address the following areas. A, constitutional and legal framework. The Kenyan Constitution provides a strong legal basis for protecting marginalized communities. And then we had to quote the Article 260. It defines the marginalized groups, communities based on historical disadvantages, geographical isolations, or socio-economic factors. And then we also quoted Article 57, protects the rights of older persons, many of whom belong to marginalized groups and lack adequate access to healthcare, social support, and economic opportunities. We also had Article 100, mandates affirmative action to promote the representation of marginalized groups in Parliament. We go to B. We on B, anchoring an enforcement unit in law. Under the B section, we have establishing a legally recognized unit within the government to advocate for and monitor the implementation of policies affecting marginalized communities. Another point, ensuring that this unit has sufficient funding and authority to address grievances and enforce inclusion policies. And then we have C, political and governance inclusion. Under that C, we had some points. There's a representation, increase the number of elected and appointed leaders from marginalized communities in county and national governments. We have participation, strengthen mechanisms for public participation to ensure minority communities have a voice in decision-making process. We have devolution benefits, ensure county governments prioritize marginalized areas in budget allocations and service delivery. We have economic empowerment. We go to D, economic empowerment. Socioeconomic opportunities, which establishes affirmative action programs to provide marginalized communities with access to business financing and training. And then we have employment, implement policies requiring government institutions and private sector organizations to meet employment and quotas for marginalized communities. We also have land rights, strengthen and tenure policies to protect indigenous communities from displacement and exploitation. And then we have E, social development, language and culture, promote indigenous groups, indigenous languages and cultural heritage through formal education and media. We have also education, which improves school infrastructure and scholarship programs for marginalized communities. We have healthcare and mental health, expand access to affordable, culturally sensitive healthcare and mental health services. We have water and infrastructure. We invest in road networks, electricity and clean water supply for marginalized regions. That's for question 1.
Great. In addition, for this group that when you visited, you were blank. Yeah. This is the group, eh? Yes. Okay. Any contribution? Because there was a disclaimer yesterday that all people who visited this group, they were very blank. Did they give any input? I'm curious. Where is the secretary? Where is Lavender? Oh, okay. So because there was a disclaimer that all the groups were very blank. So what is the any contribution here? Any addition? Let's go from up there. Let's start from where you started from. Any addition? Or we say that they did a good job? Huh? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There is a question here.
Quench my curiosity, because I'll wish to understand how many affirmative actions do you need to come up with? Because affirmative, how many do you want to come up with? And then another one is where do you place the equalization fund? There is this equalization fund which are normally in ASAL and ASAL areas. They are under, I don't know if it's under CDF, something of that. But there is equalization fund. So where will you place it under your policy?
Thank you very much. Any other questions? How many affirmative actions do you want to come up with? Where do you place equalization fund? Another concern? Yes. Use the mic. Give him the mic, please.
To ask in a form of question, and it will be acting as well as a comment or something to add. Maybe I would like to ask the group leader, do you have a point that will take care of access to justice to these communities? That's
Access
number
to
one.
justice.
Number two, do you have something that touches on climate change? Yeah, if you don't have a point to that effect, consider.
Okay, thank you very much. So who is the team leader? Charles, are you the team leader? Okay, please, who will help us to answer those questions? If you don't have answer, please don't struggle. You can take as a suggestions that you guys can consider. The ones that you can answer now, that is fine. The ones that can be reflected further is also allowed, because we are here actually improving the documents.
Can we meet as a team again? Then?
Okay, so they will provide. They have noted that. Hope you have noted. Are you sure you have noted? Yes. There is something. One more. Yeah, you see, you are already forgotten. Thank you very much. Yes, proceed. Number 2. Question number 2. If you remember anything, just write down.
We're on question number 2. What are our possible challenges, roadblocks in policy development? Developing and implementing policies for marginalized communities faces several obstacles.
Yes, proceed, please. proceed, please. That's okay. Okay, proceed. Number 2.
Number 2.
Go up, Danny. Tumia machine.
And number 2. What are our possible challenges, roadblocks in policy development? Developing and implementing policies for marginalized communities faces several obstacles. A. Multiple stakeholders with conflicting interests. Under government agencies, local leaders, NGOs, and community representatives often have different priorities, making it difficult to align policies. And then we have B, short-term political agendas, in which politicians...
Let's come here. Let's reflect here. I want to help one another so that you can move forward here. So this first question was government?
Government agencies.
Yes, government agencies. So from the school of thoughts where I've come from, it is you to develop a document that now the NGOs and other stakeholders actually align with it. Hello? Yeah, take note of that. Because if you will still be, you'll not satisfy all the stakeholders. So it's you need to be able to provide guidance so that the rest of the people now can align their mandates based, because you are a government. Hello? You are a government and you know what you want. So it's you to guide what is the government wants so that you can be able to create a traffic of other stakeholders. You are not an NGO. You are not a charity. The executive order is very important. It's very powerful. I'm misleading. Yes. Next. So take note of that. Yes, please, let's proceed.
B, short-term political agendas. This is where politicians may prioritize short-term projects over long-term systematic reforms to gain quick electoral support. And then we have C, corruption and resource mismanagement, where funds allocated for marginalized communities are often mismanaged or diverted, reducing the impact of development programs.
Excuse me, let me get it right. You're also losing me. I presume this question was, what are the possible challenges or roadblocks in policy development as far as the unit is concerned? As far as the unit, your unit, or I'm confusing. Yes, as far as the unit is concerned. So did you guys do justice for this question? Charles, did you do justice for this question? You are there. Okay, great. I wanted all of us, so that we are there. All of us, we need to be there. Are we together? So because it's not, the process is actually to help you, to all of us, as we said again earlier, this part of induction. Because I'm seeing some people that actually, you know, when you stand here, you will know who is following, who is not following. So that's why I'm wondering, some people actually, they are actually, is it sure that this is our document? Yes, proceed, please. I'm speaking for silent majority. It's fine, it's fine.
Have we responded to that question?
It has been responded, yes. Are you satisfied? Not me satisfied.
No, because we are making this document
Yes.
to align with the question. Is that what you are pointing out, aligning with the question?
Yes, that's what I wanted everyone.
Yeah.
You know, we are in lunch hour, so I wanted actually everyone to be aligned.
Yeah, I think the distraction is that some people think this document is for your group. So they've disconnected from the conversation. So we want them to come back. You can see.
Okay, proceed. No, we are on the right track. Yes, we are on the right track. That's why I'm seeing other people. They are actually, their mind have already switched. When you stand here, you will see, Charles. When you stand here, you will see what I'm. Yes, proceed, please. Proceed.
We are on D.
Yes.
Language and cultural barriers. Policies and services are often not translated into indigenous languages, which makes it difficult for marginalized groups to engage. And then we have point E, policy gaps and lack of full implementation. Under that, there's the disability inclusion policies, which lack full implementation for persons with disabilities and marginalized communities. And then we have mental health support, limited access to culturally appropriate mental health services due to stigma, inadequate facilities. We also have a public participation framework where weak enforcement of public participation laws leading to the exclusion of marginalized voices. We also have equalization fund utilization, where challenges in allocating and using funds meant for historical marginalized areas.
Next. Is that the last one? Is that the last one? Don't worry.
Yes. We are going to question 3.
Great. Great. Let's go back, come back. So, is your question being answered? Are you sure you are following? Yes, Jebet. Yes, Jebet. Give her the mic, please. Lugo, make sure you follow.
I just a few points.
Yes.
Like
additional points, please take notes.
So lack of enough data and research.
Write down.
And also just our policy aligning with the global policies.
Aligning with the global, continental, regional policies and data. Just write somewhere. Just write in a book. You'll
with global policies. Aligning with global policies. So local policies aligning with global policies.
Great. Proceed. Let's proceed. They will write. Yes, next.
Comes to things like inclusivity, discrimination. The UN wants all these policies to match according to all the human rights laws. So whenever we create policies like this, align with all the other documents that are being, discussed in the in UN. So that is a global section of it. So whatever policies we create have to align with them. That's what I meant.
Yes, what she's saying, there is actually global normative frameworks. We also have continental, regional, and at the national level, which is the constitution and the rest of the documents that we have. At the global level, if you read the constitution of the Republic of Kenya, is that we are aligned with all other international instruments that we have actually signed. So that's what she's actually trying people to say. So take note of that. Yes, next person. Contribution, next person. Okay, great. Proceed. Number 3.
What are the mitigation strategies? To address these challenges, the following strategies should be adopted. A, research and data collection. In line with that, conduct in-depth studies on the socioeconomic conditions of marginalized communities to inform policy decisions. We have multi-stakeholder engagement, establish platforms for dialogue between the government, civil society, private sector, and community representatives to create inclusive policies. We have C, institutional strengthening, Strengthen institutions responsible for enforcing policies such as Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and the National Gender and Equality Commission, which is NGEC. And then we have D, policy benchmarking. We learn from the from other countries, regions that have implemented inclusive policies for minority groups. And then we have E, resource mobilization, which secure funding from both government budgets and international organizations to support initiatives for marginalized communities. And then we have F, advocacy and public awareness, which conduct awareness campaigns to educate marginalized communities about their rights, available government programs.
Any addition? Yes, Maureen? Yes, please. So what strategy? So take note of that, right? If you don't have an answer, you will reflect over lunch. Next.
Question number 4.
No. Another thing? Another contribution? I can see why people are blank in this. Okay, yes, question number 4.
What opportunities exist? Despite the challenges, several opportunities exist for supporting marginalized communities.
This project? Write down, use the notebook before you, my sister.
And then A, we have access to funding, where government programs, international donor grants, and private sector initiative funds community development projects. B, we have infrastructure development, ongoing national projects such as the last mile connectivity program and road expansion can be extended to marginalized areas. We have C, employment and economic growth, government and corporate sector policies supporting local hiring and entrepreneurship in marginalized areas. We have D, political goodwill, constitutional amendments and legal reforms promoting inclusivity provide a foundation for further policy action. We have E, access to sexual reproductive health rights service, where expansion of reproductive health services, particularly for women and marginalized communities, through government and NGO initiatives.
Just go. Are we reviewing our policy? Are we amending the constitution? Political goodwill. I saw something political goodwill. I'm interested.
It's D, political goodwill.
No. Probably there's, okay. Yes.
We can suggest political goodwill to maybe work on legislations to improve on whatever is there. Yes.
Charles, yesterday or today, on the gentleman who was here did mention that there was a member of parliament actually wrote something in parliament. I expect that should actually be anchored here. The executive order is part of the political goodwill. Hello? That's part of the political goodwill. What else? Yes, just write somewhere. You'll phrase it. Because that's what is making it to exist. That's a goodwill. If the president is not there and another person comes. So
I think another opportunity is that sharing of level of effort, like the guy that is being shared with the political party's office.
That's also political goodwill, because you even the gentleman who was here, he was also needed somewhere else. So there is actually, in terms of sharing, capacity sharing of human resource. Yes.
When it comes to B, development, infrastructure development, Is it possible to connect it with training facilities and education, or that comes under infrastructure? Because
Charles, there is a suggestion there. Please.
it's a question. I'm not sure where it fits when it comes to education and training facilities. Where do we see it fitting in? Because if we're putting employment, they also have to be educated.
Just write down education and training, then you see where it will fit. Yes, Maureen? Go to the last one we see.
The access to sexual reproductive health and sexual and reproductive health rights services. I was wondering why they narrowed down to just SRHR, because generally health is an issue. Access to health is an issue in those communities. So I wonder whether they could just have health before we could even narrow down to SRHR. Yeah.
Is there a specific reason? They're not so sure. They're not so sure. Okay. Take note of that. Next. Another suggestion? Are we done with the questions? So thank you very much. Can you appreciate them, please? But before we go there, action plans. Actions. What do we commit them to do? What do you see do we need to commit them to do here? Oh, they are okay. They can just go and relax.
I'm just thinking.
Yes, what's the action point, please?
No, this is just a thought.
Just write action points. Or you just get a clean page, just write the things we are getting.
I'm not sure where it lies, but going back to the conversation we had in the morning, if they can use the framework of PESTEL, and that will guide them. That's my thought.
Great. The PESTEL. No problem. So, again, there was also a conversation in the morning here about the policy formulation. Hello? And the legislations. So two things. We need those ones are very critical. If you recall the morning conversation, that again, remember these are goodwill. The executive order exists through a goodwill. If the president actually gives another executive order of reorganizing the government today, or this week or tomorrow, which you will do, because I'm also reliably informed, which you will do. So where do you put this? So the policy and the legislation, they are very key. It's like a baby who is in a birth canal, cannot wait. So it should be done. So Charles and the team, probably you will guide us to have a zero draft by tomorrow morning. Agree to have a zero draft, something we can be able to input. Are we moving together? Yes, sir.
On the opportunities, I don't know whether they mentioned, but I had 2 points in mind.
Yes, please tell them.
One is the presence of a supportive CSOs, civil society organizations.
The goodwill from CSOs.
And then the presence of organized IPs leaders, indigenous people leaders. If you get community leaders who are organized, who can be able to talk to their community even during participation, public participation, then that one can be an opportunity. So those are my 2 points I wanted to add for them.
Thank you very much. Any other last addition to that group as we go to another group? Yes? Don't walk with the mic. That gentleman needs to speak. Give him the mic and as you help us to get the group 3 presentation.
I don't know if it's in order, but I'm suggesting, could the group also kind of identify leaders in the National Assembly or in the Senate we can use to push for the legislation?
Charles, identify the champions from the National Assembly and the Senate. It's fine. It's actually it's coming. Yeah, successful. Yeah. Don't. She's working. Okay. Yeah, that's one. Yes. Good. So you can put here. Yeah. This is her. Huh? This is yours. Yes. This is yours. Just put there. So take note of that. The Senate. Yes, yes. So make it bigger. Any other last points that you feel that, any other last point? So thank you very much. Can you appreciate group 4? Can we appreciate for group 4, please? There's some people are not clapping. Yes. So thank you very much. Let's get the group 3, the last group, so that we can go for lunch. Don't worry, I was told lunch should be at 2, so I'm still within time. So we have a few minutes to 2. So don't worry. I'm very mindful of food security.
Good afternoon, everyone. Poleni sana for keeping you waiting. I'll quickly take you through what we did in group 3. So our agenda was to look at issues on partnerships. So the first question was asking who are our stakeholders. We started by defining who a stakeholder is. So stakeholders are individuals, groups, or organizations that have an interest or are affected by, have an interest in or are affected by a particular project, decision, or outcome. Point for correction, they can also affect. So we will add that. I'm sorry for the omission. So in minorities and marginalized affairs unit, the stakeholders are individuals, entities, and organizations that are affected by or can affect the policies, initiatives, and programs aimed at supporting minority and marginalized groups. So we identified 2 major groups of stakeholders. The first one are state actors. So state actors are individuals or entities that act on behalf of a government. They represent the interests of the state in domestic or international affairs. So in MAU, some of the state actors include MAU itself, other state departments, ministries, departments, agencies, county governments, and commissions. There are many others. I think for any program or any initiative, you have to go and do a stakeholder analysis. That's when you will get the names and even the key people in that location. So for non-state actors, of course, the focus group, that is the minorities and marginalized groups. So the communities themselves, the groups of people like women. So they are some of the non-state actors. Others include NGOs, international NGOs, CBOs, corporates, that is companies, foundations, philanthropists, relevant advocacy groups, research institutions, media and press, community leaders, activists, businesses, employers, policymakers, social services, and the general public. Up to that point, is there anything you'd like us to add?
I feel like missing from the No, it's okay. I've seen.
You've seen it? Anyone else? They're there. I changed to constitutional right there.
Constitutional commissions.
Okay. Can you write for me? The what?
The right holders whom you serve. Is it there?
It's the first one.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, what are our expectations? For state actors, we expect representation. We expect them to use evidence-based policy and decision-making. We expect a national action plan. We expect resource allocation. We expect them to protect the rights of the marginalized and minorities. We expect policy inclusion. We expect capacity building internally and externally. We expect improved education access for these areas. We expect reduction in poverty, which can support all the agendas that we have for the marginalized communities. We expect improved access to basic services. We expect judicial processes. Poverty eradication, I think, is repeated. We expect mainstreaming of marginalized and minority issues, promotion of national social cohesion, inclusive legislation, and employment opportunities. We also expect resource creation and utilization of existing knowledge. So this is data that has already been collected by different agencies, different NGOs. We expect the government and the state actors to use them in order to improve the situation. For non-state actors like NGOs, we expect advocacy, training and awareness, capacity building, implementation of programs that are targeting the needs of the groups, research and data collection. We also expect resource creation and utilization of existing knowledge. So everyone does not have to do research. You can take from what someone else has done and work with it. Implementation of programs, direct support services to the communities where possible, civic participation. We expect them to engage the communities in civic participation, and the empowerment of the groups and employment opportunities. The communities, we expect ownership. When programs are designed for these communities, we expect them to embrace them and be part of them so that we can ensure sustainability even when the program ends. If they don't take ownership, the program ends when you leave. We also expect cooperation. We want them to support us. You cannot help a community if the community is not willing to be helped. For corporate, we expect CSR activities. We expect employment opportunities. That means they have inclusive policies for employment that cater to also employ these communities, the same way the government has already come up with such policies. It's also expanded in point 3, inclusive policies. Media, we expect them to raise awareness of opportunities. There are so many opportunities that are already have been created, but sometimes the communities don't get them. We expect them to raise awareness. We also expect them to raise awareness on the minorities and marginalized groups issues. That is through civic education and also just highlighting whatever is going on there so that we can support these communities. Local leaders, we expect them to help us in conflict resolution, and we also expect them to help us in civic education. That is question 2. If anyone has a point to add.
I think on media, is it on media? Yes, on media, where you say raise awareness on opportunities that are available, like scholarship, and then not just opportunities, but also services that are available for the communities as well. For example, sometimes you will realize that persons living with disabilities from marginalized communities do not even know sometimes that the Council for Persons with Disabilities, for example, provides scholarships for students living with disabilities. So also, what services are available for them from government, and how they can access them as well.
Thank you for that.
Also, you talk about corporates, CSR, and others. From who now? CSR from who?
CSR is
corporate social responsibility.
On that clarity, being a chair of that group, CSR means here what private sector or corporates do to the community. Those are three things that I think are we together? Sir?
If I can expound on what my colleague has said, I had forgotten the full terminology. So CSR stands for Corporate Social Responsibility. So it is like, for example, the way a company like Coca-Cola can be causing damage by by plastic bottles. They need to do something to take responsibility for their actions. So we are encouraging corporates through CSR to support, to consider working with the marginalized and minority groups. Thank you. If there is any other question, if there's no other question, I would like to move to number 3.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
For the non-state actors, maybe I've not seen it. I've
Okay.
not heard anything about funding. You don't require any funding.
Let me check. Resource mobilization. Where is it? Did we not write? Number 4. Or okay, I think I don't know how it disappeared. Is it there?
When you say resource mobilization, you're just generalizing it.
Okay.
In terms of everything.
We will confirm and add it. Thank you so much. Let me move to number 3, the third question. I really want you guys to go to lunch on time. What are they doing on the same issues? So, the Constitution, legal and policy frameworks. The government has come up with legal and policy frameworks like the Constitution of Kenya 2010 that specifically provides for protection of marginalized groups, including indigenous communities, persons with disability, and women. The National Integration and Cohesion Act 2008 that has established National Cohesion and Integration Commission, that is NCIC, to promote national unity and address issues related to ethnicity inclusion and marginalization. Devolution. The establishment of county governments under 2010 Constitution has aimed to address the historical marginalization of certain groups, particularly those in remote and arid areas. The next one is economic empowerment initiatives. Programs like Uwezo Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Women Enterprise Fund have been designed to support economically marginalized groups, particularly women, youths, persons with disabilities, by providing access to credit and business development. Human rights advocacy by NGOs. So some NGOs like Kenya Human Rights Commission and Kenya National Commission on Human Rights have actively advocated for the rights of the minorities. Education and awareness campaigns. Some NGOs have led education and awareness programs to help marginalized groups understand their rights and access to available resources. Representation in parliament and inclusion in political participation, that is self-explanatory, through initiatives like the 2/3 gender rule, so we have more inclusion in representation in parliament. The next one is international support and advocacy. United Nations have been involved in addressing human rights issues in Kenya, particularly for minority and marginalized groups. Programs have focused on improving access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. The next one is this very unit, the establishment of the Minorities and Marginalized Affairs Unit. So this unit was created to support minorities and marginalized groups under the Executive Order number 2 of 2023. Land Research Act. The Land Research Act of 2016 promotes inclusivity by ensuring that land-related policies and practices address historical injustices and the needs of the marginalized groups. The next one is the Basic Education Act. The Basic Education Act of 2013 ensures that education is accessible, inclusive, and equitable for all children in Kenya, including the marginalized communities. The creation of NACONEC, that is the National Council of Nomadic Education in Kenya. NACONEC was established to enhance education access for nomadic and pastoralist communities who often face challenges due to their mobile lifestyle. The last one is the Equalization Fund. The Equalization Fund was established under Article 204 of the 2010 Kenyan Constitution to provide equitable development by addressing disparities in marginalized and underdeveloped areas. It is designed to uplift historically disadvantaged communities by funding projects that improve on basic services. So the Equalization Fund is basically 0.5% 5% of income that the government generates, it goes directly to help these disadvantaged communities. So that is a very good initiative. To conclude, we say that collaborative workings, it's not one person doing something, it's collaborative workings between different stakeholders has been paramount in solving challenges, and it will continue to be paramount in addressing the needs of the minorities and the marginalized groups. Any questions?
If you can a little bit go up, I saw where you indicated Community Land Research Act of 2016. I don't know whether that's what. Is it Land Research Act or Community Land Act? You need to change that. Community Land Act of 2016.
Devolution. Is it? No, there's something you talked about representation, political representation. Where is it? Oh, representation in parliament and inclusion in political participation. We are saying these communities do not have representation in parliament.
I think we've made strides from what it used to be, so we are just acknowledging. The question was asking, what are they doing on the same issues? So,
the stakeholders.
Yes, the stakeholders. So it can even be the government itself. We are trying to be inclusive. We are not yet there, but we are working on it. So we are just appreciating the government for that.
So is that in regard to the communities or other marginalized groups? You know, we mentioned the youth, the persons with disabilities, and the women.
I think, I don't know, maybe I should give one of my colleagues to answer you on that.
I think the question is very straight. I don't know why you are beating about the bush, and we are about to go for lunch. We are dealing with minorities and marginalized. Minorities are not represented. Marginalized, to some extent, are represented. So, I can use an example like the Maasai. The Maasai are marginalized, but they're not the minorities. And if you look at their political representation, we are trying to use these marginalized communities who already have a foot in parliament to address these other grievances that we are still pushing as a unit. And that's where we are saying political representation in parliament. Already some are there.
Also to add on that, there is a representation of minority in the assemblies, either in parliament or in the county assembly. Because there are those people who are nominated to represent the minority, and we know them. So it is already represented.
Thank you very much for that contribution. I'll move to number 4. What are the complementaries? Where to leverage on each other's resources, capacities, and joint advocacy? So the first place to leverage on each other is research. Research can be conducted by one group and it can be shared with another. Resource mobilization, that is through funding, grants, applications, things like that. Capacity sharing, the same way the director mentioned something about capacity sharing. One agency can have capacity that they can share with other agencies or departments. Management of knowledge resources. So we have so much knowledge that is available, but it is not utilized. It's just kept somewhere. We need this knowledge to be utilized. Evidence-based decision making. So we end evidence, let me combine it with evidence-based policy making and implementation. We need to leverage on each other to use the evidence that has been acquired to make better decisions and better policies. Effective resource allocation. So we need to address the real needs of the people, not what we think the people need. We need to also use monitoring and evaluation. This will support us in through using tools like baseline surveys. We will be able to understand the needs of the people and in order to address them effectively. Partnerships and collaborations between state and non-state actors in policy formulation and implementation of existing policies. That is through the National Council for Nomadic Education in Kenya. Thank you very much. In case anyone has something to say or add to this part of our presentation, I'll appreciate it now.
Just an addition. Also, can you talk about information sharing between different state departments?
That is capacity sharing. Anyone else? Thank you very much. If you have any notes, share with us.
Thank you. You are now welcome to lunch, but before we go, we can clap for ourselves. Do we know Manyunyu Manyunyu? You know that ka clap? Bon appetit. I'm not sure who has we'll get our cards from there.
also have biographical information about these communities that you can benefit from, and there is a lot of analysis that has been done which can also be shared. So in this sense, we have data. What we do with this data, from this, we have an idea of what to do. So having laid out my agenda, of course, my presentation is, if you look at the program, I am to explore the normative frameworks that entrench ourselves. And I have documents here that I would like to share with us so that I can just be briefly talking about each one of them. So I'll begin with this one is opening a survey. So this is just one page. It's a brief one. At least that makes you to feel comfortable. Can we just talk about this? There are a number of constitutional articles that speak to the issues that we have talked about. Article 2.5, there are international instruments that our country has signed, and so those international instruments are domesticated in our constitution directly if they have been signed by we have. So recognition of the general principles of international law, including those to protect the rights of marginalized communities. There's a number of them there. I'm also going to share the treaties that Kenya has signed against. Paragraph 3 of the preamble. Who remembers paragraph 3 of the preamble? The paragraph on diversity. It says that we are proud of the diversity in ethnic distribution, and in those ethnic distribution you'll find minorities are there. So no one should say that because our minorities are small communities, so they must be under an umbrella of another community. So when it comes there and they want to really self-identify themselves, you find that some people will say, no, you belong to, your community is very small, so it has to be Kalenjin. And even within Kalenjin, there are other groups where, so it makes those people to be invisible in such a way that now they cannot be seen and so marginalized. So Article 7, promotion of diverse languages and culture. You can realize that that is under which people that are concerned about that. Which of the 4 groups are concerned about this Article 7.3, culture and language. People who are very sensitive on their languages and they don't want assimilation to take place. Which one is that? B, traditionalist, and even C, indigenous people, and even A, minority are also very sensitive to getting assimilated. And many of them are few because actually they have been assimilated. Article 2B, there are very many that apply to us, but 2B specifically protection of non-discrimination and protection of the marginalized. That comes out very clearly there. Article 19, under the Bill of Rights, 1, it says that the purpose of recognizing and protecting human rights to preserve the dignity of individuals and communities with special focus on marginalized communities. There are some people they will say you are not supposed to be heard. Wewe kaa tu hapo na unyamaze, uonekane tu, lakini ukiongea wanasema you are speaking here as who, and yet you are a Kenyan. This applies to many of the stateless communities who have lived in Kenya for centuries, but they cannot speak. And if they are spoken, if they speak, they will tell them, nyinyi, rudi wapi? Makonde come from Zimbabwe or somewhere. Go back to Zimbabwe, go back to Seychelles, go back to wherever, and they cannot speak. You know, and this government has started identifying some of them. Then 21.3 is about obligation by the state to give services to the right holders we are talking about, marginalized communities, including that. Actually, it says required to give affirmative now, not necessarily affirmative, but to provide services to these as it is required of them. 27.4 is about discrimination, and they list among the reasons for which you cannot be discriminated, and it covers everything. So there is no discrimination. Everybody is equal before the law. And Article 27.6 is the basis for our minority mandate. It states that there were people who are discriminated before the Constitution and even after. As we speak now, there are people who are being discriminated. And so they say that Parliament should put in place legislation to ensure that that doesn't happen. Article 27.35 ensures that there is right to access to information. Most of these people may not even be aware that they have a right to access information. So perhaps the advocacy groups should actually come up with strategies where we can make people to seek for the information that helps them to exist. Article 38 guarantees the rights to participate in political processes. We need to tell our members that you have to register in a political party for you to participate in the political space, and so those things have to be done. 40 aligns well with number 7, which is about the language and not forcing a community to adopt culture and identity that is not of their own. So that also need to be protected, because these are people who are usually told, if you don't align with this community, then you will not benefit from the government, or depending on the dominant people who are in a certain space. So 56, which is very common now, as we have been here, the issue of affirmative action. There are 5 of them: participation and representation, employment, cultural, language, access to water, access to health, and infrastructure. That comes under affirmative action 56. Now, this one actually does not require a legislation. Actually, if we can move with this one, we can move this one very fast. You put in place measures, and Wanakili, measures are not whatever. It's just once you have entrenched yourself, then you begin. We put ourselves measures to address most of those things that are there. Article 204, which is very popular with Shadrach, it's about equalization fund, at least to those areas where it has been marginalized. But of course, it is people who have to enjoy this, isn't it? The politicians came in and they hijacked that thing. If you look at it, it has no relationship with where minorities and marginalized people are. So everybody has gotten a share of it, and I even don't know whether it reaches there. Then Article 260, which defines, interprets who we are in 5 areas. A, small population; B, traditionalist; C, indigenous; D, pastoralist; and then the groups that are discriminated. Article 61 perhaps this one, we may need to read that article. We may need to read that article, and perhaps some actions needs to be addressed from here. When somebody, like the Attorney General was here speaking in a forum and says, we must first of all have a policy before we have legislation. Well, I would like everybody to take a position. I don't want to influence that. But what does Article 261(1) say? I have the Constitution here, so let me just, the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. Or maybe to refuse. It's a large one, so if it accepts, the better. So let's go to Article 261. Yes.
Are we okay? It's a lot of detail.
Oh, they are already tired.
We're doing a temperature check. You feel free to stand, because it's a lot. Yeah.
Please do. We just had some sumptuous lunch.
Heavy lunch. Are we seeing how it's connecting with what we've been discussing earlier? Or do we need to recalibrate a bit? Are we okay? I'm only seeing one person saying this. Are we okay? Yes.
The issue is, if you work at the unit, you have no excuse. You have no excuse. You cannot say that, I'm only a junior officer, because this is our mandate. And so Article 261, they say consequential legislation. What does it mean, Wanakili? This one, consequential legislation.
That it must be put in place to operationalize.
To operationalize, isn't it? And Shadrach, you know that there was a period of 5 years. There was a commission that was in place to ensure that those laws that were supposed to be enacted were enacted. And that commission, you remember who was the chair? You remember the chair of that commission? Were you people too young by that time? It was chaired by Charles Nyachai. And he was common on radio, TV every morning, talking about where they are, and their time elapsed. And those constitutional whatever that had not been done also stopped at that point. So one says Parliament shall enact any legislation required by this constitution to be enacted to govern a particular matter within the period specified in the 5th schedule, commencing on the effective date. And the effective date was when? 27 August 2010, isn't it? And therefore 5 years was to elapse when? And here they are saying enacted to govern. So the legislation that we are talking about today was to govern issues to do with minority and marginalized communities by 2015. And as you can see here, there are even consequences if that was not done. 2, despite Clause A, the National Assembly may, by resolution supported by the votes of at least 2/3. Whenever you hear there is an invocation of 2/3, that is a very important issue. 2/3 is not just by simple majority. 2/3. For it not to extend to another year. By the way, it was only supposed to extend by 1 year on matters that are relating to the issues that we are speaking to today. The power of the National Assembly contemplated under Clause 2 may be exercised only once in respect of any particular matter. They only allow it once. You can imagine the magnitude of what we are talking about. It was supposed to have been done 2015. Only in exceptional circumstances to be certified by the Speaker of the National Assembly shall it be extended beyond once. By the way, this is in our Constitution.
So now where are we? We are at it being done once.
It has never been done,
So we are
and it is 15 years after.
10 years.
At least from 15. But you know there are legislation that were made within 6 months, 2 months, whatever.
So we missed that one. We now want to do the ones.
It has never even featured. By the way, are you hearing what she's asking? If somebody argues that it will be done, it should have been done 10 years ago because this is 2025.
We're in 2025.
2025.
So 10 years.
So we are saying that 10 years after the deadline, which should only have been extended by 1 year, approved by 2/3 of members of parliament. Up to now, it has not been done.
So we need to cultivate it on the 2/3.
You can imagine.
We need to activate 2/3 of parliament as our champion. For it to pass.
So these issues should have been done that time. For the purposes of Clause 1, the Attorney General, who is still saying that, we can delay by focusing on a policy which policy can take even 3 years, can go on in perpetuity. That policy must come first before. So we just want to sensitize ourselves that that position is not correct. With the Attorney General, with the Commission for the Implementation of the Constitution. Remember, the Commission for Implementation of the Constitution existed between 2010 and 2015. Are you getting it? So they were supposed to have worked together with the Commission before it died, so that they put in place these things that we are talking about today. So the Attorney General was actually to prepare that. We hold them accountable, which they did not do. They can give an excuse that it's because there were no people who could rise to demand for that to happen. But well, maybe that is true. But the issue is they contravened the law for not having done that. Then number 5, if Parliament fails to enact any particular legislation within specified time, any person may petition the High Court on the matter, and it says the High Court, in determining the petition under clause 5, may make a declaration order on the matter, and this is very prescriptive, to transmit an order directing Parliament and the Attorney General to take steps to ensure that the required legislation is enacted within the period specified in the order, and to report the progress to the Chief Justice. When the Chief Justice orders that you make a report to the Chief Justice office by itself, that's a serious matter. Or else they do what Maraca did and the government ignored. If Parliament fails to enact legislation in accordance with an order under 6B, the Chief Justice shall advise President to dissolve Parliament, and the President shall dissolve Parliament. Hello? Wake up, something is happening. If you are sleeping. So this is an issue. This is an issue that we petition the Parliament to do the necessary. We don't want to be bad people. We tell them, bring the law. So us and our friends can come up with the legislation. And next week we go with this one. We tell them in secrecy, we don't want to expose you. Please pass this law very fast. And it happens. So we take it to the Attorney General, and we tell him, you know, this thing you are supposed to have done it 10 years ago, you never did it. Can we rush these things? And with us, you are saying political goodwill, this is something that we can do very fast. And what will be in that legislation, it will spell out many things, including putting in place very fast a policy that enforces the things that we want. Number 8 says, if Parliament has been dissolved under clause 7, by the way, it can be dissolved. If it is in the best interest that this Parliament can be dissolved, the President anaweza kujia one of us aseme peleka tu hii. Aongee na Chief Justice. Tomorrow mnaona Parliament imekuwa dissolved. If it is not in the best interest of the politics. If the new Parliament fails to enact the legislation now, the new Parliament that has come after dissolution, you guys, you are looking at me as though I'm reading my own law. It is in the Constitution. That process will be required to be followed immediately thereafter. So it is very important that on the issues that I had mentioned there, I want to say that on these issues, these provisions, and especially Article 27.6. Can we read Article 27.6 and Article 200 and Article 100? Article 100. As we go back there, let's just check 100, which is supposed to have been done within 5 years. Promotion of representation of marginalized groups. And the marginalized groups are women, that there is a tick, isn't it? Persons with disabilities, there is a tick. Youth, there is a tick. But there is a problem with ethnic and other minorities. well, I don't want to dwell on other minorities because that is a long story, but here we are talking about ethnic. It has not been done. Marginalized communities, which includes now, if we have already taken care of ethnic minorities, then there are other, which one? B, which is traditionalists. And traditionalists can also, their attributes may also be covered in minorities, by the way. C, indigenous, then pastoralists. So those ones, this alone can make the parliament to be dissolved. If we come to Article 27.6, which gives us a mandate, after I do that, I will have moved away from articles of the Constitution. Article 27. Article 27. I'm not bothered about Article 56 because, as you can realize, Article 56 does not require, we are not compelled to have a parliamentary legislation for us to undertake affirmative action. So that one we can blame ourselves if we have been given that mandate. But look at this one, to give full effect to the realization of the rights guaranteed under this article. Remember, everyone is equal, isn't it? And no one should be discriminated. The state shall take legislative, and other measures including affirmative action programs and policies designed to redress any disadvantage suffered by individuals or groups because of past discrimination. You can realize this is what our mandate is: legislative and policy and other measures. Now those other measures may include the affirmative action to redress past and present. If there is any clarification, I am moving to the next one.
So what are we saying?
What we are saying is we are overdue, and if we are not good people, we can cause trouble to Parliament. Say so. Or what do you think? What is the action?
But also that if we don't move with speed, then the unit is in danger.
Yes.
Because there are things that are not gazetted, there are things that are not legislated, and we also don't have a policy. But it also means our work in terms of advocacy is cut out. You've seen the numbers that we need. 2/3. So I think even as we think about the comms strategy, the advocacy strategy, we need to start cultivating those numbers for when the bill goes to Parliament.
Good. So arising from this, there is who was representing minorities, ethnic marginalized communities, who went and presented, he sponsored a bill, and I want to share this bill. And so we are not going to begin from zero. So this bill was actually, it went through second reading. And unfortunately, Honorable Genge is now got an accident and transitioned to heaven. And so that bill rested. It never proceeded at that point onwards. But everything works for good. This bill is quite faulty. I'm glad it never got through. But I don't want to tell you why it is faulty, but let me run it. From the kind of sensitization that we have had here, let me see what you think could have been done, because after the second reading, actually it was just almost going to be passed. And if it had been passed, you can realize what would have happened. The short title, right of equality, freedom of culture, right of religion, freedom of expression. This is what this bill was covering. Right to use of names, right to education, right to public participation. Right to association, right to employment, access to health, right to human rights. Maybe because I have read it, we can just look at what they mean by marginalized community. Marginalized community. Marginalized community has the meaning assigned to it under Article 260 of the Constitution. Marginalized group has the meaning assigned to it under the Article 260 of the Constitution. What do you make out of that? Of course, I've been teaching university students, and I've been teaching students to think. To think. Please, I want you to think. Look through this. What do you see there as an anomaly? What should have happened to at least those two? If we were to write legislation, shall we just do it like that, or we shall get down and break it down so that we can be more specific? I've just helped you to think. That is what is missing. They did not break. No one will know that there are 4 different contexts, and each must have a law that applies to them. Pastoralists and minorities may have different specific areas of particularization. And that is why maybe no one owns this thing, because it's so amorphous that if no one comes up to say, hey, there is no law about us. But that is why we have people just cherry picking and say we are making the law for the indigenous people. And if we were not there, actually, a law on indigenous people would take care of all this. That is one issue. But they also went ahead to do something here. They defined who minority groups means. Although it is not the best definition, but at least it was a try. Why do you think this is not a good definition of who minority groups are? Minority group means a group of numerically inferior to the rest of the population of Kenya in a non-dominant position, whose members, being citizens of Kenya, possess ethnic, religious, or linguistic characteristics differing from those of the rest. Well, the international definition of this is not prescriptive. It is both objective and subjective, so that you use that to measure. It is a matter of measurement. So it is context-based. So that is where we differ. So when we shall be doing that, we shall be doing that. Establishment of legal framework to protect the rights of minorities and marginalized groups. So you can imagine, marginalized groups are those 5 areas, and you are not specifying. So this will not benefit anyone particularly. Provide for implementation of the rights and freedom of minorities and marginalized groups in line with Article 56 of the Constitution. And then, of course, this they were saying that it will set up policies, it will set up legislation that will give powers for this to benefit. So you read this one, and based on if you have learned anything here, then you can apply it to analyze this, and you realize that there were, yes, it was good, but perhaps if it had gone through it, and they brought in so many things, but there is something that this had created, that there shall be a commission to govern the issues. So these guys proposed a commission. Orengo, these guys proposed a commission, that there shall be a commission that will govern the issues that this law will have put in place. So this one is available for your reading.
Is it available on the Bill Chapter Parliament
yes,
website?
The bills, yes.
Now, since you've said there are some errors with it, is it possible for it to be revived, and we have those specific areas we have issues with be deleted, as they usually do in other bills, if it doesn't apply? Is that a reality?
What do others say?
Is there something like a committee stage where some amendments are made?
Yes. Yes.
That is after the second reading.
After the second reading, yeah, goes to the committee stage. Committee stage, then we try and correct the errors you're saying that they had already. Then we push for 2/3.
And we pick it up and proceed.
Instead of going back to
Even if it's not active right now, it can be revived in time. It's on the track, that's what I check the tracker, but if you see it's on the big tracker, it's fine.
Now look at this one. This one happened in 2023. November, was it November? In March. In March, let me make it at 75 so that, Moses, can you read that?
Yeah, I can.
Please do.
Republic of Kenya, 13th Parliament, second session, the Senate, notice of motion, declaration of, no, I think this one is for cattle rustling.
You know the one?
There were two. I think you are projecting the one.
Projecting a different one?
Yeah. No, but they were two by the same senator, so.
Do you realize that this is also about us? I have a lot of documents here.
Yeah.
But what I just want to say is that member of, perhaps you have it on your DD?
Oh yes, I have it.
Yeah. So he
Yes, with a motion. So we want to hear that motion so that you can see whether we can proceed with the other one, or we go the motion way, or we combine both of them. You see, now we are just now this is very practical things that we are dealing with. We were shown how to go this, but now here are cases that are already in Parliament. What do we do?
Yeah, here it is now. I have the right one here. Republic of Kenya, 13th Parliament, second session. The Senate. Integration of ethnic minorities and marginalized communities in Kenya. Aware that Kenya is a multi-ethnic country with a rich diversity of cultures, languages, and traditions. Further aware that ethnic minorities and marginalized communities face significant socio-economic and political challenges, including discrimination, marginalization, and exclusion. Acknowledging that Article 10(2)(b), 21(3), 27, 56, 91, 1E, 100, 174E, 177(1), C, 204, 3, B, 216(4), and the 5th schedule to the Constitution of Kenya obligate the state to promote and protect the welfare of ethnic minorities and marginalized communities, appreciating that the government has put in place policies, legal and institutional frameworks, including affirmative action program to address the needs of other special interest groups, namely children, persons with disabilities, youth, women, and the elderly. Concerned that ethnic minorities and marginalized communities remain largely unaddressed through similar intervention due to lack of an existing national policy and legislative framework. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, the National Gender and Equality Commission, and other state departments in collaboration with the Council of Governors, 1, initiate measures to identify and address the specific needs and challenges faced by ethnic minorities and marginalized communities in Kenya, and 2, develop and implement a national policy and legislative framework for the integration of ethnic minorities and marginalized communities in Kenya as envisaged in the Constitution of Kenya. Signed, Senator William Cheptumo, CBS MP, Senator Baringo County. He is now deceased.
We just buried him 2 months ago.
Yeah. A month.
Actually, it's less than a month, isn't it? Yeah. So the people who have championed for our things, is it a So you people have to decide which way do we go, because it is already there in fact. It's not news when we go there. It's familiar. You know, it's a familiar thing. Yeah, so let me just take you to another document that will just give you some information. Do you know that, unfortunately, our country has not ratified the international instruments that touches on the rights of Article 260. The reason why I'm saying this, you can check through here. These are the ones that please look there. Maybe I'm the one who has not, but perhaps this one here, Article 27 of this is a lot of our articles on the issue of culture, languages, they come under this, cultural rights, economic. That is perhaps the only one, and elimination of racial discrimination, that comes 27. Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, interstate communication, convention for protection of all person enforced
disappearances, protocol on the governance of civil political rights aiming at the abolition of death, international covenant. But there are those ones that are very directly on the issues that we deal with. So we are also supposed to go and look for this. Our CS for Foreign Affairs was one of the champions for this. And I was just praying that he could use that position actually so that the country can ratify some of those areas that we are of interest. So there isn't much, but what we know is the Constitution has actually pointed out this issue. So even if it is not here, we shall pursue what is in the Constitution. So this will be available for you people doing research. We can use this one and make sure that we can look for the others. Is this document helpful?
Yes.
Let me come to the other. How many people are familiar with the old Constitution? The Constitution before 2010. Now, look at this Constitution and tell me, what was their focus? What was their focus? Is it the same one? So this one, the other one begins with what? All power belongs to? All sovereignty belongs to the people. This one begins with what? The power rested where? With the president. And if you look through all this, you will not find where the people are. No wonder. There was nowhere minorities could survive. Now let's go through. Declaration of the Republic, political systems, public seal, Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, the office of the President, elections of the President, vacancy in the office of the President, assumption of the office, terms of the office of the President. So you can imagine the power. The power, part 2, ministers, part 3, executive powers, composition of parliament, legislative procedures. It comes to the High Court, judicial service, whatever. And then there was this chapter 4, protection of fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual. Freedom of rights, fundamental rights and freedom of the individual. Protection, right of life, right to personal liberty, slavery, forced, inhuman treatment, deprivation of property, arbitrary search. It was an individual. There is nothing like group rights. So this thing that we are talking about, that is why it never existed. So you come here and chapter 4 is finance, chapters whatever, public service, trust land, and of course, that is the end of that constitution that went through all amendments, but it was just about what? Power. Now, are you familiar with sessional paper number 10? And by the way, it still reigns. That is the paper that actually spelled out discrimination that took place. It is like a relay. You pick a baton and you run, you give it to somebody, until they wanafika kwa laini ya kumaliza. Am I speaking to people who are going to serve guys who are affected by this. And so you can imagine, now look at, we just look at we look at African socialism and its application to planning in Kenya. It ran up to 2010. But the new, that is why I was saying there are structures and systems that are entrenched. Even if the new constitution says this, you find that this document, which was written by Tom Boyer, that guy was brilliant, and the cabinet passed it, and it ruled. And he also died in 1969. So look at this, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. The African socialism, the independence of African socialism, African traditions, adaptability, relationships with other countries. Look at African traditions. Actually, they focus that we attract maneno ya capitalism, socialism, sisi tunataka African. Hiyo inafanana na gani? Traditionalist. Somehow. And then they come here, resource limitations, domestic capital, skilled manpower, foreign critical issues, nationalization, Africanization, welfare service, stimulating tax structure, self-help, Harambe, agriculture, conservation, education, public utilities, industry, trade. You want to tell me at that time they never used imbalance of communities in Kenya when they were writing this? It was not in the agenda.
It was supposed to be weaponized.
Exactly. So that is why your issues were never our issues as we are dealing with. They were not on the agenda when this document was done. This is a very important document for us to read and internalize. We have another document here that I want to share with you. Now, let's shoot folks that wave. ANC Manifesto, chapter 48. ANC Manifesto. ANC saini patigani? Hapana? ANC yasa haiko, si ndio? Iko wapi sai? Na iko wapi? It is in the UDA, isn't it? So it is the government. So Musalia Mudavadi iko wapi? Now look at what Musalia Mudavadi wrote. The party that Musalia Mudavadi was in, it is the only party that addressed our issues. Ethnic minorities and marginalized communities. Can somebody read? Now you have a good voice, my brother. Read. Hey.
Let us order to the secret. Okay. Attention, please. Let me read. Kenya is a melting pot of diverse ethnic groups, both large and small, powerful and powerless, dominant and subordinate, rural and urban. All these groups are fully Kenyan and deserves equal treatment in Kenya. Ethnic minorities and marginalized groups are found in 26 counties with a population of 3 million. In brackets, they exist either as a distinct group or a small subset of large communities. Ethnic minorities are therefore in our midst and cannot be wished away as they represent a substantial economic and social bloc in this country. Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Ethnic minorities have suffered the negative consequences of being few and are often despised, stop there, ridiculed, ignored, devalued, unrepresented, and unemployed. In other parts of the world, ethnic minorities are recognized by law and given reasonable measures of protection, access to government services, and employment in all levels, including deliberate positive discrimination or affirmative actions. While there are constitutional provisions safeguarding the interest of ethnic minorities and other marginalized groups in Kenya, this has not been done. In 11 years since Constitution 2010 was inaugurated, the marginalized has grown during this period. This cannot continue any further unaddressed. All Kenyans deserve equal treatment and must enjoy all the rights and privileges conferred to them by the Constitution. This is the time for ethnic minorities and other marginalized groups to be meaningfully deliberate and to be meaningfully, deliberately, and effectively included in matters and decisions that affect them. They need protection, facilitation, and inclusion in government processes at both county and national levels of government. The priority action areas. Number 1, petition Parliament to pass the necessary laws that gives life to Article 56 of the Constitution on affirmative action for minorities and marginalized groups within 6 months of the new administration. Enact regulations requiring all government agencies to absorb members of ethnic minorities at all levels of their organization. Implement affirmative action in national government employment by establishing a verifiable population quota system reserved for ethnic minorities. Require county governments to nominate members of ethnic minorities to the executive as a condition for receiving money from the National Treasury. Petition political parties to nominate members of ethnic minorities to county assemblies in the counties where they are located, Parliament and Senate at national levels. 6, establish a commission of ethnic and marginalized groups and appoint one of them to provide its leadership. 7, nominate persons from ethnic minorities and marginalized communities as commissioners to independent constitutional commissions and offices. Number 8, petition IBC to establish special wards, constituencies for ethnic minorities where appropriate. 9, reverse the equalization fund and increase its budget for investment in areas occupied by ethnic minorities. 10, fast-track the acquisition of national identification documents by ethnic minorities to enable them participate in social and economic activities, access employment and service in the county. Number 11, in the country. 11, establish a 15-year fund dedicated to fast-tracking development in areas where ethnic minorities live. 12, create as the sub... Yeah. 12, create this and support programs that promote the ethnic development and diversify economic opportunities for pastoralists, women, including microcredit financing. It was a good document. It was one. So we need to vote Musalia in. The party is good.
So he is in government. So let me show you the last one. A policy for minorities in so that you can see how they have done it.
People at the back are suffering. Let me just increase. Okay. Look at this. This is a policy in India that is operational right now. So if we are going to write a policy, this is just how they have done it. Measures to promote and protect rights of minorities in India. One, India is a multi-religious, multicultural, bilingual, biracial, interwoven into innate unity by the common thread of the national integration and communal harmony. That is the context there. In Kenya, what would we say? Almost, we are multi-ethnic and multi-religion. If you look at communities, marginalized communities, it has those different, whatever, it paints different contexts. And so, as you can see, the social pluralism of India is fortified by the unique constitutional concept of secularism. Of course, our constitution is secular, isn't it? Mandated protection and promotion of rights of all minority communities. And of course, the description of minority communities in India is very different from ours, which includes castes, system that independent, including judiciary, human rights, and it gives independent institutions, including judiciary, human rights commission, minorities commission, protect to promote these rights. Then you can see some of your concerns are addressed here. They have a preamble that says it declares the secular citizens of India to be secured to liberty of thought, expression. This one here is under the constitution. That is 30 what? Freedom of expression. Article 33. Then Indian constitution is unique, provides consumer mandated positive discrimination, which is affirmative action for minorities. So it is also given there. Article 14, people's right to equality before the law, that is Article 27 in our constitution. Article 15, prohibition of discrimination against citizens on the ground of religion, that is the same. Article 27, citizens' right to equality of opportunity in matters relating to employment, that is Article 56 C. Appointment to any office under state, prohibition of regard to discrimination, then it goes back to 27 on the basis of religion, race, caste. 25, people's freedom of conscience, that is, conscience is Article what? It is in the 30s. Which one is that? Yenye munatakana kujua constitution. So here, actually, those Bill of Rights are the rights for minorities. They don't even have whatever. It must be, we have to fight them to be there. That is Article 33. 27, prohibition against compelling any person to pay taxes for promotion of any particular religion. People's freedom as to attendance at religious instructions, at the freedom of conscience, and you cannot force anyone to be saved. Yeah, you can preach, but you cannot impose that they get saved. a restriction on denial of admission to citizen to any educational institution. My university went through a problem where we had a statement of faith where everybody must sign before they become a student. And then the Muslims are playing. Of course, they cannot sign the statement of faith of Christianity, they are Muslims. So they took that and they went to court. We removed that. It's no longer there when we checked the constitution. So here, restriction, denial, rights of religion. So what these guys have just picked, the Bill of Rights, and they have put it here. And they say this must apply to ethnic minorities. By the way, the Bill of Rights has how many sections? Assignment. There are 3 sections. Where we fall is called what? Where minorities are 56. From Article 53, there is a subtitle there. It falls on what? And the last one. Assignment. You cannot be promoting the rights of minorities if you don't understand those things. National Commission for Minorities, now it is here. Hii tutakopi tu na tuna change to our context. Wametupatia jibu hapa. Schemes and initiatives, educational empowerment, and then they have strategies of even bursaries from primary school. We must track minorities and marginalized children to go through school, to Singoje to university, from the time they enter there. All this, infrastructure development, skill development and employment generation, it's very good at this. Other affirmative action for the welfare of minorities, members from minority communities on constitutional higher posts in India. Actually, they are supposed, in those higher positions, they have a quota. They must also be there. And all these chief commissioners, these are higher posts according to them, where the schemes being implemented for the welfare of minorities in India. You can see how these guys have done, including the numbers in each state. So when you are not meeting the threshold, you go there and say, my friend, the number, we can see how many are they, and you can just blow it out. Members, that is all. That's all I have. Back to you.
So what I hear is that having gone through this, the expectation is that anyone in the room, ukifanywa hivi at 1 in the morning, unaongea kama Charles. You start, when you're asked what do, you start from the national anthem, to the constitution, to the procedures, to your mandate, to your who are you, to your programs, to which part of that work yourself you're contributing to how you can refer them to another colleague of yours for something that they need. Are we taking up that challenge? Charles is still on his own. The chair is on his own. Yes, Chair.
Thanks, Charles. Because India is a very good example, and I think it should be our case study. Their population is massive, and their challenges are really, really depth. We have a small population, so we can really learn a lot from them and manage ours easily. So India should be our case study, kabisa. Thank you, Charles.
So guys, that's the standard. That's the kind of information that should be on your fingertips. When we have now a media strategy, if Spice FM, she's called Ndu, when they call you and you go, that's the information. And then you're connecting it to what is happening in the country, to the work. That is how you fundraise. Otherwise, I think someone was saying earlier, when you're looking for money, people say, but what do those people do? And then they come to the office, they meet one of you, they're like, so how are you? Fine. How is the work going? Ah, it's going. Tuko tu tunaskuma. But you're not able to say, you know, this quarter we've been working on this. This is what we've achieved. This is where the gaps are. We are looking for these partnerships. Next week we are meeting so and so, and we are producing this research. Wouldn't you give money to people who talk like that? Yeah? And I think the other thing to be aware of is also the rapid context. So it's either we do it now or right now. To elections again, the ground will shift. And then you pray for your champions, because clearly minorities ni hatari. Ukienda kwa support, hujui kama utamaliza safari. I think we've processed a lot of information and it's showing on our faces. I had asked you to identify one strategic partner. Could you please move next to them? Whoever you identified as you're going to work with. Haraka haraka tu, mbio mbio as you stretch. Then I tell you the next instruction. Edwin, I know you're okay. Please move. Nataka kuona. Ama nianze kuimba. Wawili kwa wawili ae. Are we 2 by 2? Apo, are we 2 by 2? So usually when we run facilitations, we try to give people also time to meditate. So in your pairs, go sit somewhere quietly by the pool, at the reception, on the nice couches outside here as you take your tea. Ruminate. Sit together if you can silently for 10 minutes. Just process everything you've had. And then the assignment is for you to discuss with each other how this is going to translate to your individual role. What does it mean for your work, Marvin? What does it mean for your work, Chebet? And think about what it means for your individual role, and then also think about your ecosystem in the office. Who do you need in the office to deliver on that? What do you need from them? What are you going to offer in return? And the beauty, I think, of the conversations we've been having is that all other relevant experience you've ever had, serving in the church committee, Nyumba Kumi initiative, all those functional skills are now going to come to bear in this new mandate. So think about the people you know, even you as a stakeholder. We've said we need to deliver how many members of parliament? 2/3 ni watu wangapi? Yeah? How many are we in the room? How many are you in the team? 35. How many do you each need to deliver? 230 divided by 35, watu wa math, my index 1. 230 divided by 35? About 6 people, eh? Unaweza kosa kujua watu 6? So the speed with which we need to move means all these big theoretical conversations, they need to cascade to individuals. Ama nyinyi mfanyangi kazi hivyo? Si tunakuanga na individual KPIs hatari sana. If there's a fundraising target, inakuja kwa next level, wanagawanya kwa timu yao, wanagawanya. So let's think about what all this information means for your individual mandate. Think about who you need in the team to deliver. Think about your value proposition as an individual to your team and to the team that you think you need to collaborate with for your work. Think about all the political conversations we've had about what we need to do to safeguard the unit and take it to the next level, either as a state agency, as a commission, whatever we want to be. We've had what we need to put in place, isn't it? I was getting afraid by myself. It's a lot. And then we've also seen the kind of documentation that we need to have on our fingertips. Because it means the level of knowledge that Dr. Christine has, that Moses has, that the chairman has, is now the level of information we all must have. Yeah? Because then we need to, all of us, develop a campaign for engaging the public and our clientele. We all need to be able, if Chebet gets a request from a TV station, she should be able to send anybody. Those of you who are youthful, and the question is about minority youth, it means the younger people can be sent. If it's about politics, it means anybody can be called upon, and you need to have a very high level of information. So reflect for yourself which of all the documents, once they are sent, you will prioritize for you to deliver on your mandate. And with that, comrades, I bid you farewell and good evening. So we'll reflect on that tomorrow morning. So just go sit somewhere. If you'll have a video call later in the day, if you'll meet here earlier tomorrow and discuss it over breakfast, just come when you've process hizo ideas. Any question, comment, concern, worry, fear, reflection? We can go around, eh? Any reflection, any fear, any concern, any worry, any thought? We can start from that end. Any reflection? Hapo tu. That gentleman, my brother there. Let's listen as we wrap up.
I think I don't have much to say. The day has been good. We've got a lot from our presenters. I think, as you said, we need to be equal to the task, all of us. So I think my request to my colleagues, let's go and study well and be well equipped with knowledge. If we will be asked, we have the answers at our fingertips. Thank you.
Thank you. We can just go individually. Is there a hand?
Mine, I just want to appreciate Chairman. The info was so depth, and you've really challenged me. You know, most of the time, for the last 8 years, I've been the host, I've been hosting. But definitely we've been waiting to be fed with information. And that is most challenges that most journalists face. For you, you'll just have to dwell on what you want to deliver or get information from, and that is it. Once you are done with your guest, that is it. But today's intel by Chairman, it was a bit challenging. You've really challenged me, and I've grasped a lot. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Now I do random selection. No? You just go and meditate. Kuna ja pressure. Thank you very much. I believe T is... You want to say something? Oh.
Yesterday when I was saying I'm here to learn, hey, yeah, I have written notes. I've written notes and I've learned a lot. And I've seen... Kijala was just telling me, Rachel, do you know if you don't learn every day, you'll get Alzheimer's? Your mind shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. So we said every week we must get a day for learning and expanding. We've learned so much, and there's a lot that the unit is doing. A lot, a lot, a lot. The mandate is quite heavy and evident today from all the work that has been done yesterday and today. For me, I know that the animals you were saying yesterday, cheetahs, elephants, you're up to the task. We have seen it. The team is up to the task. And I'm really looking forward to how we are going to take this forward. Thank you so much for the sharing you've done. Thank you. We are going also whole on our end.
Thank you. So we are committed, and usually we are not part of losing teams. So we are going to deliver on this together. I don't know if Moses, Dr. Christine, any of you wants to say something as we wrap up the day?
All right. Let me thank you very much, Wakili or Daktari. May I take this opportunity now again to really appreciate each one of you, especially our hosts, the Horn of Africa Youth Network, the leadership, for a very hospitable host you have given unto us. Also, to appreciate our teams, my colleagues. We have been here since yesterday. We have been able to gather a lot, to contribute, to share experiences. And I'm sure as we wind up tomorrow, day 3, we will be expecting leaders from the indigenous networks who have been doing this work for quite some time. We will be having leaders from Impact Kenya. We will be having leaders from Rights, Center for Minority Development Rights. I think the CEO will be here. We will be having leaders from even the ruling party, the UDA. We have invited the director in charge of programs, Mr. Alake, to come and give us, he also deals with the SIGs, special interest groups, in a broader perspective. The groups or the communities that we serve, the youths, the women, and the PWDs, he deals with them. We will also be expecting to have a leader from Mpido. Mpido is an organization that is a leader in the space of indigenous issues. And so, who else have I not mentioned? So those are the leaders we will be expecting tomorrow for them to, be able to talk to us as we get something. And so, thank you very much. I think personally I have benefited from these particular discussions. I want to encourage all of us that as we continue to, sieve knowledge from one another, let us make use of whatever information was shared. Try to have, as Wakili was saying, try to go and talk with your partner on how you can translate, whatever you have gathered in this meeting into your individual roles, so that we will have a meaningful discussion going forward. Last, I want also to encourage you, the Horn of Africa Youth Network. I know, in the minorities and marginalized space, it is a special interest group. We have the women, people living with disability, youths, who are within that space. You can imagine how they can be marginalized. If already it's a special interest group, what about those inside, a minority and marginalized? They face a lot of challenges. And now that you have chosen to deal with one of those, which is the youths, we are very glad that your leaders have offered themselves to sponsor even, or maybe we work together to have a national convention for the youths, sometimes in June. And many other things that we will do so that we empower communities together. And so thank you very much. Let us get ready. Let us prepare for those leaders tomorrow. Let us contextualize issues, and God will help us. And so thank you very much. That's what I wanted to say.
Tea is served, so please welcome and see you tomorrow. We'll hold on, Dr. Christine.
wakuje tumalize, wakunywe chai wakienda. I am between a rock and a hard place. So, Sahi, even if I tell people to stand up and we dance, I have a ball, I may not get any. So, our secretary is just negotiating the final corner around here, coming over to meet us. And he says we hold on a little while. So we have consulted, and we think that with the pairs that we have been given, we take tea. Take your tea and your snack. Please continue brainstorming on the same, and let's come back as he comes in. Let's come back. Is that okay with all of us? Some people are not okay. Please, if you're okay, just do like this so that we know how many are coming back. Asante sana, Sharon, you're not here. Ni sawa. It is also a feedback. Yes. So, I think tunaweza fanya hivyo so that akija, we atatuambia what he wants to pass, and then since we'll have taken tea, we can disperse. Sio ni sawa? Hiyo ni sawa? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So, okay, we'll do the national anthem for closing after the secretary's speech. Okay, shika mwenzako mkono, mwende mkiongea, mkikunywa kahawa, chai, majani, koko, dawa. Tuonane baadaye. So mkimuona tu hivi, tafadhalini turudi.
This is approval, implementation, and policy monitoring, evaluating, reporting, and learning.
Thank you very much. Moja. Good. Next.
Thank you. I've learned about the Indian, what the India has done as a country in regards to the minorities.
Oh, that one was said when I was away. Eh? I was wondering how you connect with Indians, or because we are in the place for Indians. Moja. Next. You know, Indians own this hotel, so I was wondering if you are confusing. Next.
Today I've learned about types of public policy, which include distributive policies, redistributive policies, stabilization, and constituency policies.
Thank you very much. Can you appreciate our one? No, it was not him. He just came. Okay. You can also feel. I will come for you. What have you gotten? So far, you need to sum up what you have had. It's very easy, right? Yes. Yes.
So today
of information. There's a lot of work already done, just to piece it up and just show that this is how far the successes that have happened so far. So I'm really looking forward to more and more into hearing tomorrow from the stakeholders as feedback as well.
Moja, you see, if you would have said that, she not said. Yes, Fiona.
From the day's discussions, one element that we will focus on is identifying what progress for the unit looks like. How do we track that progress? And at the end, how do we evaluate the impact of the unit? What does that look like? And how can we start thinking around that end goal? So the monitoring, the evaluation, the reporting.
Great. Moja, and I've also learned everything that you have just said. You can appreciate me now. You have already said. I will be repetitive, in the spirit of not being repetitive. So thank you very much for today. Probably what we need to do is, next exercise that you should be dreaming when you go back home. You reflect with, you go back by Matatu, you'll be driving under the traffic, start thinking what we can be able to take forward. Because tomorrow we will spend some 1 hour or 45 minutes to develop our action plan. I said we need to come up with an action plan. The reports, as we have had, is actually 65-75% complete. So what do we need to take back home? What do we need people to do? So I think, again, we will be able to go back to the group work. I don't know if you guys had a WhatsApp group. You can actually come up with a WhatsApp group. So throw something there so that tomorrow, because it will be inspiring, it will be also inspiring sessions tomorrow. There will be motivational speaking. Some will be repeating what we have actually learned today or yesterday. So how do we move from where going into the future? How can we collaborate? How can we collaborate with the Pan-African Policy Institute? How can we collaborate with the Horn of Africa Youth Network and other stakeholders who are not in this particular room? So we want to move forward, actionable things. And we are here to support you to get the job done. Madam Director. Daktari, now you can come and now speak a few minutes wisdom and then you invite the secretary. It's a rare opportunity. Can you appreciate as she comes?
Thank you very much.
Samsung phone. Samsung phone. Kama kuna rafiki anaitwa Christopher amekuwa akikupigia, kuna mwingine anaitwa Felicia amekuwa akikupigia. Whose phone is this?
Asante sana Bwana CEO David Momanyi. Ninaomba team, let's appreciate him. Si tumefunzwa mpangilio, outline ya policy. So twende na mpangilio, twende 3 factorial, twende 1 2 go. Hey, hiyo haina nguvu yake. Haijakunywa chai, hiyo haijakunywa chai kabisa. So twende sasa kwa nguvu. 1 2 go. Thank you very much, Bwana Momanyi. And without saying many words, I just want to say that we now know, Bwana Secretary, we now know who. We have answered several questions. Who, what, why, how, where, and with who, and when. So right now, these minds here are just synthesizing, analyzing, and thinking, and reflecting. And it's just a matter of time. I'm sure you'll be able to see the results of this, even in our workplace. When we go back on Monday, things will be different. So I also want to appreciate Team Horn of Africa Youth Network for your selfless guidance. Personally, I'm drinking, ninakunywa, and I believe each one of us is. So thank you so much for your guidance. You're able also to find, to know, you're able to pick where we have a challenge, where we need assistance. And thank you so much. We have already had a conversation where they have agreed they'll do a program with us tomorrow on how to work through this. Because after the presentation in the morning by Cheriot, we realized that yes, there's a lot of work, but we are up to the task. And they will assist us in doing the program, working on all the documentation required within a very short time. And team, I want to believe within a span of 2 months, we shouldn't be able to deliver this. I don't know whether it's to Parliament or Senate or where I'm still working on that, sir. Parliament, AG, Senate. But the document shouldn't be ready by that, because this again was emphasized by Charles when he gave us his presentation in the afternoon. It had a few challenges because we were looking at him with closed eyes, but we were able to get something as he presented. And for me, I was like, Charles, how did you keep all this from us, making to make our work very easy? But I think this was the right moment. And it's after that everyone was able to say that, yes, the work of making a legislation policy and the document we need is 60% done. Are you in agreement with me? Yes, so thank you so much, Charles. Forgive us, those of us who prayed for you as you spoke for some minutes. Tusamehe, lakini tulisoma. And we got very encouraged. So asanteni sana, and thank you also, Honorable Secretary, for coming to just say a word for us, to us this evening. Karibu sana. Sijui welcome na makofi ya. Ila rush. Inaanza moja, up. Inaenda hivi. Rasha. Mvua, randa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, mmejishtaki kwamba mlikuwa mnaomba in the afternoon. Nilikuwa naangalia wengine forehead imefura kidogo, kumbe. Now I've known the reasons. I don't know, is it still evening or it's night? Good evening, team. Delighted to be here this evening, and I'm sorry that I couldn't join you during the day. I was actually on many meetings, and I had to snatch away Charles from you because we had a lot of meetings starting. I started today a bit early, so thank you for being a team. And today I've also discovered something. You've learned something, I've discovered something. That when you are outside the office, you look more shiny, relaxed, and knowledgeable. But ukikutana kwa corridor ya ofisi watu wanakanga kama wamenyeshewa na mvua. So that's what I've learned today. That's what I've just observed in a snapshot. So I don't want to say much. I'm happy that you're learning, and tomorrow might be more confusing because the experts on this subject are going to speak before us, and most of them are holding different view for the other. And as a government, now we've cropped in the Horn of Africa Youth Network to be part of us. We are thinking differently. So you should come prepared tomorrow to be confused, but to stand with what you know. You're getting me? There's marginalization, there's minority, and there's indigenous. So you need to know where you stand constitutionally without getting out of the way. I just wanted to say one thing yenye naona bado haijashika vizuri. When we say we have marginalized and we have minority people, we have community that are marginalized but they are not minorities. We should just be clear on that. Today, the bigger communities that started the fight on the discrimination aspect of marginalization have outgrown minority status, and now they are marginalized. But they are also almost outgrowing the marginalization, going to now being the majority. Today, you cannot stand and call a Maasai a minority, call a Samburu a minority, call a Turkana a minority, call a Tugen a minority, call a Somali a minority. Yes, they are the ones who've been fighting. Their whole history we are going to read is about them. But as we speak today, after the 2010 Constitution, all of them are outgrowing the minority status. Now, we can regard them as marginalized because of the marginalization in sessional paper number 10 of 1969. But because of counties, they are also going, with good governance, they are going to get out of that and build their roads and build their networks. The minority communities are those communities that don't have numbers and they are non-dominant. Non-dominant in a case that you might be having numbers in a county but you cannot decide. But numbers matter in this. We have the Munyoyaya, we have the Sagalas, we have the Kasigao, we have the Sanye, we have the Boni, we have many communities. If you read 2019 Kenya National Bureau of Statistics report, it enlists 121 communities in Kenya. But always, since we went to primary, we are told that we are 42. Now we are at 49. But let me tell you, out of even the 49, we've enlisted the Kenyan Americans who are still minority, but they are not marginalized. That's something else I wanted to say. There are communities that are minority in numbers, but they are not marginalized. We have the Kenyan Americans, the Kenyan Europeans, we have the Asians, the Asian community, and many more that they are small, but they are not marginalized in that aspect. So those are the things that we need to actually acquaint ourselves with so that we are not confused between this who is a minority and who is a marginalized. Something else I saw here yesterday and today, Daktari has confirmed. A policy doesn't go to parliament. A policy ends with the cabinet. When it goes to parliament, it comes out as a sessional paper. You're getting me? When it ends with the cabinet, it's kind of an administrative directive by the government, and it remains as a policy document. But when it goes, the same document of the same policy goes to parliament, it will come out as a sessional paper. I'll leave that at that. Trying to confuse some of us, but adding something to us. When the Act of Parliament that starts as a bill, and when after it has been signed by the assented to by the president or governor in the county level, now it turns to be an Act of Parliament. That Act of Parliament is not operationalized by the policy. Again, Parliament, through us as an office or the State Department, will develop regulations to operationalize the Act of. I saw yesterday somebody saying policy is an operational tool of the Act. It's not. That is the other way, the other way around. And sometimes policy don't withstand the weather because it depends with who comes. Can be quashed with just a pen. But the Act of Parliament takes a bit of a process to remove them from what name do I use? I wanted to use to repeal. That's a process. The other one can be repealed in a day. So that's just what I wanted to say so that you're not confused. For my friends, nilisikia mkiitwa experts. In Kenya, we have above 6.8 million minority communities. If we add we add the marginalized, then we will be speaking of 10 million. And that I can tell you in numbers. Turkana are now reading 1.1. Maasais are almost 980. The Tugen are at 600. The Mount Elgons about combined. You know, one funny thing. When you go to Mount Elgon, you say Sabot, you think that there is a tribe called Sabot. That is just a name, kind of a name combining all the tribes living there. In Mount Elgon, we have 6 sub or tribes in that, up to including to our chairman. Have you heard of a community called Bongomek? He is a Bongomek. And there, Yeah? Yeah? So it's a Bongomek. Yeah. And one funny thing, you've just reminded me. 90% of the minority communities we are serving, and I'm sorry to say this, 90% of them, some of them were excommunicated from the bigger communities because of their powers to foresee the future. They have some extra talents even to delete you. And as we speak, we have one that is coming very fast. We have one from Choge's place, called it the Talai. The Talai of Nandi are Nandis, but they originated from the Oloibons of Maasai. Today, when we have a ceremony to maybe ile kubadilishana ile rorasho, that is the so common, the koito in our place. If the Wasees sitting in that house discover that the boy or the girl of this family is at Talai, hiyo sherehe inaishia hapo. Even the neighbors, they don't marry from the Talai or get married to Talai. Last year, they had a very bad experience. Those that were living in Wasingishu, all of them were banned, their houses were banned, and they were just back to their area. They live in an area called Kapsisiyua because of their powers. They don't correct anything, they just say a word and you're done. The Oloibons, the same with Ogiek. Who's an Ogiek here? Even the Sengwer. Even, yeah. So zile mnacheza na maluche pole pole. See that. Yeah? Even the Sagalas. Even the Yak or the Water. In fact, all these other communities, when they want blessings, they go to these smaller communities for prayers because they seem to be very close to. So when I sit in the office and I receive them, in the end of the day, I tell God, protect me because you don't know. That's true. That's what I've learned for the last 1.5 years I've been in that office. Because you go, you read history, and again, you listen from the others, they'll tell you, these were part of us. Some migrated, you know, it is just some stories. It's not straight as you might think. But because of their talent, because of what they could, they were now put aside. Like the Talai of Nandi. Hata kwenda kujenga, I visited there myself. And I don't want to say this happened to me because I went to Talai. I visited Talai in March last year. The road going to Kapsisiyua, up to some point, lami inaisha. Then you go like 12 kilometers yenye ni rough road, only mahali penye Talai wako. Stima pia imekuja ikaishia mahali. Mahali penye Talai wanaishi, hakuna nini? Stima. Just because people fear them, and sometimes people don't want to associate with them because of the talent they have. When I came out of that place in 27th March, I think, then I came back home. Jioni nikaacha gari yangu Eldoret, nikaachia driver, nikaenda nyumbani. I live in a place called Moiben. In the morning when I called the driver to come and pick me so that we can go and see the Terik, jamaa alikimbia na ile Prado ilikuwa imeenda kwa Talai, aliroll Prado yangu iliisha into pieces na yeye hakugusika hata kidogo hivi. When I was the leader of Karuna Mheibeki, a place called in Moiben, there's a village called Kamsumbeiwet. This guy knows. An MP came, akiomba kura. I'm just saying this so that ukienda, when you are talking to these communities with powers, don't point at them with your finger. You either do this or use the whole hand. An MP alikuja akiomba kura, akaanza hizi. Alikuwa na ile rungi kama ya Moi yenye iko na shanga. Shanga zote ilianguka na ndio ilikuwa mwisho wa kuomba. So, we are legislating to communities that need protection because of their talents. Either God-given, because for them, our nunui iko. Why are you laughing? Sometimes you ask yourself, why were they left behind? Why were they not mainstreamed? There are other reasons. There's the fear we said yesterday here. There's that fear of... The head of public service gave me a story last week that our eldest sister wanted to be married to... Walienda shule, wakapatana na jamaa. Then ikafika ile siku ya kukuja kuonyeshana. Then the Ogiek turned up. Said, yes, we've loved this girl. And them say accepted and said, sawa mwende siku fulani mkuje, then we can finalize. When the Ogiek came, everybody expects that when you go to take a hand or to ask for a hand of a girl, unaenda na mahari. For them, Ogiek used to, they come, they'll take you to the forest, they show you the ives, the beehives, and they mark them. This and this and this, ndio mahari yetu tumekupatia. But you are taking your daughter. So for those who are not yet married and expecting to go to Ogiek, make sure that you don't dream of cows, dream of bees and the beehives. So I think I've said much that than I wanted to say. Let us all the time dream. Mimi leo ilikuwa lunch hour, I was in an office, then nikasikia the minority community of Wilchamus, I didn't even concentrate that the boss is ahead of me. Nikapenduka tu anything minority, anything marginalized makes me to turn my neck, wanting to know, wanasema, it's like my name. So all of us should reach that level. Yeah. Watu tunawashughulikia ni akina nani na shida yao ni nini. Na nini nilifanya wakafika hapa. When you get to that level, then itakuwa rahisi wewe kufanya kazi, itakuwa rahisi wewe kufanya research, itakuwa rahisi wewe kujua nini inaendelea. Those are the things that I just wanted to say so that tomorrow you don't get confused by the terms indigenous, by the term minority, by other people saying they are marginalized and they are not. I was sitting in my office someday and it was just immediately after lunch. Then I saw a group of men and ladies, Gen Zs, they entered my office, and that time sikuwa nimepata Charles Moses alikuwa, but kuingia kwa office nikaambia karibuni, we are very happy the president has given us an office. Tell them, yes, the president is mindful, has given us an office. Then along the way, the guys told me, we are also a group of minority communities. Yeah, tell me your tribe, your culture, your clans. That is when we started that with Chair. For us to actually know who you are, you have to have clans, you have to have a clan, you have to have a tribe, you have to have a culture, you have to have a language. Then these guys just told me, no, we're not from the tribes, we are the ones called by the alphabets. We are the LGBTQ and we are minority, and this is our office. That story and many more will come up. Asanteni sana. Thank you for being part of this discussion.
I will not dilute. Let us stand and thank God. And I believe today someone has realized you need to be in prayer always. 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 So we do the national anthem in Kiswahili. Twende. 1, 2, go. E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae nao, amani nao, raha tupate na. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, in the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Have a great evening.